Alrighty, I do believe we are live. Greetings, folks. Give me just a moment to go ahead and get the stream links out. I'm working on getting everything set up. Dipshit Prime is live. Command V, remove the evil tracking seal. Let's see. Alright, getting that put out so I can have chat open. Click the live button, put this over here. Live chat. Where is not that, not that. Where is it? Media. Not any of those because those are all the workroom spoilers. Not sure, so that's too far back. Where is the? Give me just a moment, chat. I am finding the reference for this. Bit more difficult than I expected. It's fine. Put this over here, I guess. Live chat. Poor Potato is currently at work. Sorry, dude. Video, where is the drawing? Nope, nope, nope. Where is it? Okay, so I guess it's just not in this server. Oh, did I grab it from Sunspot? Yup, I did. I see what I did. It was not in the Vibe corner, it was in Sunspot. Okay. I need open browser. Can I get this as a, yep. Can I get this as a second tab? It kind of has like a, nope. Slide over, exit out of there. Can I open up a second tab of Firefox? Yes, I can. Not what I want to do. Okay, and then the side tab of Firefox should have the. Okay, so that's not right. I want this one to be the side one, And then I want the full one. There we go. And then the half screen of Discord there. Just to see what's going on in Gen Chat. Alright. This is going to fucking obliterate my iPad's battery, but it's fine because I have it plugged in. Alrighty. So, I'm gonna go ahead and try and get this adjusted so I can see both chat and my stream at the same time, just in case. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alright, we're good. So, you guys might hear rain outside. It's fine. It's just raining. So, yesterday, or last night, or what have you, I built this motherfucker. Here she is. Also, ignore me opening the boxes of off-brand Pockies. This is my breakfast. It is currently 9 in the morning. And I meant to do this last night. The ZAKU thing, I mean. Not the eating the off-brand Pockies. So I also probably meant to do that last night. I don't remember. Anyways. These are all welded together. Melted together, not welded together. Marco Bow. I like the Oreo cream versions. So, meant to do this part last night. Said I would take a, quote, tiny nap in order to fix my back hurting. Because, you know, hunching over a desk this entire time, it's gonna hurt like a bitch. So that was a fucking lie. And I ended up sleeping from 20:30-ish to 7:40-ish. Yeah. Good period of time for sleep. Not a good period of time for when I was meant to be doing this. But we're here now. We're fine. I also have an idea. So, originally, I was going to use a plastic melter and bore a hole through this thing. And then, let me better remove the bazooka so that doesn't fuck up the tail. I was also going to just gonna put her arms over here for a moment. Let go. I was going to remove the panel here and basically bore it out from the inside. That's not the one I glued, was it? Well, I was going to bore it out from the inside and have, like, these little pustules of overheating metal, right? From the reactor going critical. I don't need to do either of those. I don't need to melt plastic. I don't need to remove the armor plating. Because when I realized what I could do, and it came from me organizing my desk, was take the fattest bit of my pin vise and drill out the breastplate with this. With these, right? And then take resin and form the pustules on the surface of the breastplate using this and paint over it with the various paints that I have up here in order to get the, like, overheating metal effect. So that's good. My lungs will be slightly less endangered. Go ahead and crack open the bits for my pin vise. I love this thing. I don't remember when or where I got it. I think I might have gotten it from probably, what is recollections from? Is that from Michael's? Yeah. So I got this. Couple of those, no, those paints I got from Target. Some of them I got from a secondhand art store. The files, which are probably off screen, I got from Michael's as well. The calipers came with the kit that these pliers came with, which I've had for years, but they are also, I think, from Michael's. Well, some of them are. These ones I got from my grandmother, from her jewelry kit, and there's always been a joke that this isn't rust, it's blood, because my grandmother knew the Jersey Mafia. Regardless, we're not going to be needing these, I'm pretty sure, but I'm going to leave them on top of my box, just in case. Let me grab the second largest bit. No, largest bit, don't want to snap it. Alright, grab that, tuck that away, and unscrew the vise. Is that unscrewed enough? Wow, okay, there we go. And then, okay. It's got a rotating backside so you can put pressure on it and turn it, which is lovely. Especially for what we're going to be doing. So, come here, girly pop. You're being bisected. There we go. Also going to take her head off, so that's fine. So the reference image is showing that we need to cut this cable right here and have that trailing down. We need the hand here is already gone. We already removed this last stream, which is good, because I actually was able to remove it pretty cleanly. I am still going to scuff up the edges of it a little bit and then add a bunch of wires dangling down. I'm also going to try my best to have, and I'm just not processing because this is sandwiched between these two halves. There's no endoskeleton in there. So I might have to do a little bit of chicanery in order to get that to work. But that'll be fine. Then I have a bunch of wires in my bits box that I can just have trailing out of there. The cable on this leg needs to come off, and then I need to do a fair amount of damage to the heel. I'm looking at the reference here. The foot also needs to be rotated, so we're going to have to probably chip away at this side here to give clearance, because I'm pretty sure it's the heel plate that's preventing it from turning inwards? No. Well, yeah, I think it's this heel plate here. So if we clip a little away, it's actually, yeah, because it also needs to tilt down. Actually, no. So, it's fine. We can do a fair bit of just damage there. Again, that side leg tube needs to come undone. And then one of the shoulder spikes, it looks like it is the front spike here. This needs to be bored down a little. A bit of damage to the edge of the pauldron, which I can do pretty easily. I'm actually going to remove the pauldron so it stops rotating around. There needs to be a little bit of damage to the interior of the elbow here, which I can do. The hand is intact. There needs to be a little bit more damage to the skirt, but it looks like I already did a fair bit trying to get it off the runner. The main part of the damage is going to be around this area and the chest plate, because that is really where you do a that is where you get a frog in your throat, goddamn, where the killing blow to a ZAKU is. The pilot is inside of the chest plate. From what I understand of what Dubious has shown me of her more detailed version of a ZAKU kit that she has, the breastplate opens up here, allows the pilot to go in, and then the pilot slides over to the other side. So we need to have the bolt kind of going this way for the blow to be fatal. In order to, well, actually no, because depressurizing the cockpit in general in space would be a fatal blow, but the drawing has it on land, or at the very least standing somewhere. So I have a couple scrap bits of cardboard I can probably, along with a bunch of paper clay. So what I can do is probably have like a space platform. It's you know what I mean. The fucking the generic ass random piece of space debris that you use as a base. But I've waffed on enough. Let's see if I can get this to drill. And again, we're going by the same rule as yesterday, where 5 injuries is a face reel. Yesterday we were at 4. This is not going nearly as cleanly as I anticipated. Okay. Change of plans. We are going to remove these side panels and the accompanying shoulders. Clavicles? You know what I mean. And then we're going to have this come off, and then we're going to take the cutters and snip that. Need to be careful with this piece, because this piece is finicky. Alright. Come here, girlie. You are... And go. Yeah, because I remember yesterday we had to glue this piece down. Right. And then remove the front of the breastplate. There we go. Right. We need to be careful because this is how the cable clips in. So I need to remove this third without damaging that. Okay. If I go here, and I can be very kind of like, there we go. First piece of damage that I'm doing on purpose, other than the piece of the damage that I've done on accident. Let me go ahead and get the shoulder here back in order. You lined up. Yep. Okay. You're good. I'm gonna put a dollop of glue there. There's it. I was like, why? Where's my super glue? It was on top of my gray chalk paint. And funny story about a lot of these paints. I've had these since I was on the West Coast, and except for my airbrush thinner and the resin, which I had left behind. No, the resin was also something I picked up on the West Coast, I think. But, no, it wasn't, because I remember getting that for the Ariel. Yeah, and I have an excuse to be doing super glue because this is going to be a display piece. I don't need to worry nearly as much about part mobility. As long as it goes where it needs to go, we'll be fine. I'm also going to go ahead and reinforce this bit over here because I think yesterday I didn't exactly do a good job of it. Did someone just message me? Oh, that's my phone being on low battery. How are you on? Oh, I forgot to plug that in. That's why it's on low battery. Give me just a moment. You guys can hear some clattering and clamoring. There we go. Got it. There we go. But yeah, which piece was I working on? This one. Right, because that one's over there. I think the Loctite I might have also gotten on the West Coast. I do not remember. I have memory issues. I can barely remember last night, to be entirely honest. Some part of my brain remembers. I fucking don't. Alright. Gonna go ahead and put the breastplate pieces here. That way they can dry without being interfered with. Let's go ahead and get back to this. Where I will grab my fresh and sharp files, which I like a lot. My tweezers are going over there. Did I get super glue on my arm? No, I did not. Okay. Which rasp will work? I think the triangular one. Yeah, that way I can cut grooves. Alright. Alright, and then I need to have a little bit of a notch there. A little bit deeper. Is that lined up? Yeah. Alright, and then so I figured out why I have Muse's The Dark Forest stuck in my head. I was reading a bunch of leaks for a re-theme of a theme park that my family goes to a lot. Re-theme of a specific ride at a theme park that my family goes to a lot. And the theme of it is the Dark Forest. And for some reason my brain decided, yep, okay, you're thinking about the Dark Forest? Muse Beam. Which, I don't really have much of a problem with. It's a good song, but why? Like, a little annoying to be entirely honest. But it's fine. Alright. I think I'm going to grab my funny little doohickey. Where's the thingamabobber? Come here. This son of a bitch. Oh, you're dusty as hell. Give me a second. I have a bunch of wipes I can use. That one I used to clean my phone screen. And then I'm gonna need to dry it off so there's not the. Why are you pink? Where did the pink come from? What? Alright, well. By the way, where did the roll of paper towels sit? I need to get another roll of paper towels up here. Alright. That is good enough for the purposes that I need. Alright. So I got this so that I can have a good look at what I'm working on. Howdy, howdy. Just a second. Get the prongs of this lined up. Come here, you shitter. That way I can see what I'm working on here without getting my face in range. The only problem is I'm worried that I might try to snip this, but that's alright. Alright. So it turns out I do need my pliers today, but not for the reasons that I expected. I need to turn this bit here. Then do that. You do that. There we go. Alright, now I can see without getting my face in frame. Yeah, these are one of my grandma's old set of pliers. You can see what I mean. It's not rust, it's blood. She knew she did the Jersey Mafia. Alrighty. My problem is that my hand-eye coordination is not exactly the best here. I also just processed that my hand is going to be in the way of a lot of this. That is okay. Alright. Alright, and then again, the ZAKU's hand is going to be in front of this, so I don't need to particularly worry about just how clean it is. Also, the messier, the better, to be entirely honest. Alright. Put the rasp back in the holder. Cover on that so I don't obliterate my hand on the sharp-ass spikes of it. Let's go aside for a sec. Alright. Just a fit check right quick to make sure that this still works. Yep. Okay, and then the cover can still tuck under there. I'm going to clip that back into place. I do have the model kit instructions on the bookshelf behind me. Alright. So, actually, I'm not going to need the cover at all. And, in fact, I'm going to need to do a little bit more damage to this. And I'm also going to need to paint a lot of it. Because I need this to look like exposed internals. Which is where my bin random wires comes in. So, a couple of months ago, God, back in December-ish, question mark? I don't remember when I did it, but, oh yeah, this is when I got my eyes dilated. I was going to save this for some kind of film for a lens. Oh yeah, I have it. I can use it later. Tuck that over there with the random bullshit. What is this? Oh, that's a retractable eraser. Where is my thinnest gauge wire? So I have this cable, right? And I love this cable. But I think these little wires, while they'd be lovely colored, they might be a little bit too large. Because the scale that we're working with here is, what, 144? And while you would expect a cable like this, or, well, maybe more like these, to replace the veins in your forearm, I realize that my hand's out of frame, kind of like that. The problem is that when you compare it to the size of the ZAKU's well, kind of fucking with that, actually. These are very erratically bent, so I think I'm gonna trim them. Well, first I'm gonna shape them a bit good. I'm good. You know, fill out the chip. I'm gonna tape them first. That way they're held together, and then I'm gonna. But I also have these cables. These cables are a little bit more, I guess, denser. I might try to weave them together, actually. Then I also have this here, which, that's honestly more, I think I can use this as a substitute for intestines. And I also have these green and white cables with exposed prongs at the end, which I really like. And then I have Bunch of armature wire, varying gauges. This is my thinnest one. I realize that's out of frame. This is my thinnest one here. These are the cables that I was liking, and then the green ones, the gold ends. Putting them up against my hand so you can see the gold ends. And then this red one, which I was thinking I could use for like more, I guess, around the pelvis area. Or at the very least poking out of the exposed. And then I also have this covering from this spiral cable. And then I just have a bunch of random armature wire lying around. This. I don't even know what this is from. I need to... There we go. Oh, this is difficult for y'all to see. I also have this fucking thing. Funny story about this. This is a noisemaker. My father hid this in my sister's room in order to encourage her to clean her room. I still have the coin battery from that, actually. And now I think about it, I really shouldn't put that inside of the bin full of wires. It's fine. The battery's probably dead anyways. I'm not going to use this excess sprue from the aerial, nor any of the stickers on the aerial. Especially considering it looks like they're coming up off the sheet, so they're not exactly the best quality. I think we're going to do the 4 colored ones here for the wrist. And then these, I think I'm going to have... Jesus Christ, my sister is loud. I think that these tubes are hollow and that they're filled with air. However, we're not gonna give a fuck. So, do I have any pieces that I could use for the internal of the arm to give it a little more pizzazz? Nothing that I think would fit. Though I am also going to have to take a bunch of the thinnest gauge armature wire and just bundle it up in here, because the way that the shoulder plate opens, you can see inside, and I think that would look really cool. Okay. Let me go ahead and tape these together around here-ish. The coating on these really doesn't want to accept tape. But it's fine, because the tape will accept tape, and as long as I wrap it around fine, we're good. Alright. Then cut about here. Okay, that's the black wire. That's the red wire. That's the blue wire. And the white wire. There we go! Alright. Let me get the chest plate down to there, because we actually want that. Oh, I could use this. Paint that silver. That'd be interesting. Alright. The bit slots down there. Ready. And then for the wrist, it's actually really long, so we're gonna trim them a little bit lower. Right around here, maybe? Still really long, and we're losing a lot of the curl on them, but it's okay. I just kind of flatten them out with my finger a bit. Yeah, right here should be good. And then, yeah, if I tape that, then yeah, you're gonna see what I mean by the cables here. Really don't like accepting tape. It's fine because tape. Oh. Hold on a second. I need to go check on the dog. Priscilla. Priscilla, we're literally right here. Hey, kiddo, can I ask you to try to hear me just a little bit? Like, Priscilla. Alright. The dog's perfectly fine, by the way. She's just loud. Alright. Back to it. The come on, work me here. Oh, hold on, my girlfriend messaged me. I don't know, hamstring. Will you drink paint again, betting pool? If y'all want to bet. And no, I'm not going to drink paint this time because this is actually acrylic, and I think that'd fuck me up bad ways. Alright, last time was watercolor, and it was perfectly fine. By the way, I do actually have a sticker on my water bottle that says, I drink water. By the way, chat, heat wires licorice. Look, okay, love, we're trying to keep this stream safe for work, for the most part. Actually, no, it's a zombie mech. It's gonna have blood on it. You know what I mean. Speaking of stickers on water bottles, the new Type Express sticker. I was gonna put that on my other water bottle, so let me do that right quick while I have the thought in my head. Oh, that's really big, actually. Ooh. Hold on. One, I noticed that the drink mix in this bottle is starting to kind of settle weird. Second, you know, if I were to move the transgender cat one, I might be able to fit this here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Take the cap off of that for a sec. Or put the cap on that for a sec. Wow, how did I fuck that up that badly? Okay, so the cat one's not wanting to come off. Good to know. I mean, I guess maybe here. Yeah, that'd be fine because it's a shame because I'd have to lose this one, the rib cage. I realize that's not in the frame. This, but it's already coming up, and it's the only one that I have that isn't actually water resistant. It was. I'll scrape that off right quick and then put the new Type Builder one on. It's a shame because I got this sticker on the West Coast, but it's okay. I can easily order a new one because it's a pretty generic design. Actually, I might be able to, for the most part, salvage it. looks like if I'm particularly careful about how I peel it. Never mind. I was like, maybe if I... Nope. Alright. And it's all dusty too. A shame, but shrug. Alright, let me go ahead and clean off all the stick residue. Yep. That's a shame. Yeah, it wasn't gonna come off clean anyways. It's all sorts of scuffed, so. Alright. Well, where did I put the trash bin? Let me grab that. Early morning. It's fucking 9 in the morning for me. Love, it's even earlier for you. What are you doing up? Don't you usually sleep until like midday your time? But ignore me fighting with a fucking sprue gore over here. Trying to get these flat packed so I can put more bullshit inside the box. How Bondi manages to flat pack this shit is beyond me. Where did I put the box? There's the box. Behold, my sprues. That's all from yesterday. And first bit of mech damage also goes in there. I find it absolutely hilarious still, the difference between the aerial and this. The aerial was like similar levels of complexity, but the fucking way that it was packaged was so fucking scuffed. How the bag that it came in didn't come in a box like this one did. This one came in an actual proper cardboard box. The aerial came in a box, but like the box didn't come in a box. The box came in a bag. And that bag looked like it had been gotten at by wild dogs. It was just utterly scrapped. Like I don't even think the shipping address on it was still intact by the time it was done. Is that a component? No, it's also put the M&M's bag in there. The box, which is still really, really cool. Like you see, hold on, let me try and get that more in frame. Even more in frame. There we go. So you have the ZAKU ones there. And you have the ZAKU 2 here, and then you have the stupid fucking, I don't even remember this one's name. But this one was on like the final episodes of 79. Because Char's Commander ZAKU got fucking obliterated. So, no, now I remember. He was so fucking convinced that he was a new type that he jumped into a new type frame. And just couldn't pilot it because the way that those things operate, he just couldn't. And then it had the dumbest fucking, like, at least it had an ejection seat, right? Where, like, most of the mechs don't. Like, if your mech fucking goes, you're going with it. But pretty sure that one had an ejection seat. Or, I say ejection seat, it was just a head. Hold on, you guys probably can't see what this part for. Flat pack in the trash box. And gotcha. Where did I? Why did I put that away in there? I'm trying to get the gunk off of this so I can put the new sticker on there. And I'm trying to almost be conscious to not get my face in camera on the reflection. But if you motherfuckers are doxing me by reflection, you guys are fucking insane. So, I have, well, one, Amanda's seen me twice. Or far more than twice, but like in the flesh twice. The details of those meetings cannot be shared on the stream. But, like, she knows what I look like. If Idris shows up in here, he knows. If Pine shows up in here, they know. Okay, I think that's everything cleaned off. Need to replace the filter in this bottle. Do that eventually. Alright. New Express Builder Workshop. Is that gonna go there? Yeah. But, by the way, they're not kidding about Express. This shit took like 3 days to ship. I ordered this on Saturday and it came yesterday, which was Wednesday. Which, insanely quick. And then to undo the bubbling on it because it's going on a curved surface. I think I can try to alleviate the bubbling by cutting grooves into it. Might lead to a little bit of a warping of the decal, but it's fine. It's fine. Almost might scratch the surface of the bottle, but it's fine. No, good enough. There we go, that's in frame now, I think. Yeah, okay, there we go. Can I get that to, yeah, okay. Stream is live. Alright. There we go. It's kind of clipping with my sci-fi reader sticker, but it's fine. Back to actually working. Just dicking around with stickers. Right, the wires on this I need to have tuck into there, I guess. That still feels really long. And also kind of egregious. Might tone it down just a little. Only have like 1 or 2 wires. 2 or 3 wires, and then have the random scrap bit here. Well, hold on, let me try and wedge all of these together in there. If I even fucking can. Clearance on that's going to be asking a little bit, but I can manage. Yeah, okay, so removing the white wire, because I don't fuck with that one as much. And then if I do that, I guess. Right now I'm just trying to get the socket to stop bitching at me. Yeah, okay. And then once everything is glued, then I can have what I need where I need it. Okay. It's going to take a second to solidify. Alright. Okay. Still a little loose, but it's fine, because the cables need to worm their way in there too. And then when that's done, I'll remove the tape, and then we will work on the positioning of this a little. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay. There. I'm gonna leave this over here for that to dry. I'm gonna put those there. Pretty sure these are dry now. No, they are not. Learn that by getting it on my hand. Okay. Fine. Do I have any silver paint? Yes, I do. I got little, tiny little shot glasses that I can use to put the paint in, and I just realized, nope, never mind. I have brushes here. I was like, ooh, do I have brushes out? Yes, I do. Thank you, yesterday, Tired. You might have known what you were doing. Possibly. Just maybe. The bazooka's gonna go over here for now. Alright. Finger burns a little from where I got the glue on it, but it's fine. I also just now processed that I have tweezers. Should have been using those. Fine. It's fine. We're already this deep. Alright. So this plate in its entirety can just go. Tubes need to be severed here and here, but yeah, okay, so this entire frontal assembly, I can remove this bridge bit here. Throw that out. I'm not going to do anything with that scrap. And then the bridge plate here also needs to get clipped down a little. Just need to be careful not to. Okay. Get out of there. Closing my eyes and turning my head so I don't get plastic in my face. Alright. Scraps of plastic there. I'll file that down right quick. And I'll use the round burr. No, I'm gonna use a square burr with a round tip. It'll work. Yeah, this is 100% a trust the process kind of situation. Can I grab that? Yeah. All right. Let me go ahead and grab the triangle burr again. So I like that one for cutting angles. So I do need to, let me go ahead and remove this piece actually. Famous last words. Alright, and then haven't nicked myself yet. Yet being the key word here. Okay. Go a little bit more off of this. Basically, I'm just trying to grizzle this area up. All right. Cover back on the knife. Grab the rasp. Get the edge of that. All right. Then that should be fine. I mean, this angle right there is fucking with me. So if I get that a little more. All right. Yeah, that'll work. And then clip that where it belongs. Oh, yes. Yes, that is perfect. Okay. And then I fuck with that heavy. Look at that. You guys see that on stream? Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Hold on, let me try to bring it a little closer to the camera. Yep, I like that a lot. Now I just need to double check the fitting here. That needs to be a little bit more outwards, I guess. Yeah. And then, yep, there we go. And then I just need to carve a little bit of that off. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult. At least I think. I mean, no, if I just, that went into ether. If I just do tiny little snips like this. That one bounced off the blinds and came back to me. All right, and then let me take off the back plate. That way I can focus on the chest plate, because the back plate is being a little finicky too. I am going to have to do a little bit of boring there, but that's fine. And if I could, I might actually, yeah, there we go. That's a bit more attached there. My humming ever gets annoying, please just say so in chat. Though I think personally, I think it's fine. All right, and then pluck that away right quick. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, that'll do. If I put up any more of a fight, I'm going to snap the blade and I'm going to get myself with it, and I don't want to do that, so. Scratch around a bit. Alright. The range of mobility is still fine. In fact, I think it's slightly improved. And then the front plate goes there. Oh yeah, look at that. That is good. I like that a lot. And then on the side of the breastplate that goes here, and I'm gonna have to do a little bit of weathering there as well. Have you dried yet? For the most part. If I had like some kind of powdery substance, I could finish it quick, but it's fine. It makes it sound like I would use crack in order to clean this. No, it's, what is it? Is it baking soda? That works like that? The geese outside are pitching a fit about something. Alright. And then ensure the arm doesn't lose maneuverability. Okay. So I should have done this before I glued that, but it's fine. nail a little. That's not an injury. I'm not counting it. Yeah, and then if I were to do that, I think a little bit more than just that, because the underside of the arm also needs to get a little bit scuffed as well. Okay, that entire corner came off. That's fine. Honestly, just kind of letting the fractures do what they want. I realize you guys are getting a lot of the workstation and not actually me working. Alright, also now processing that no, it wasn't my back hurting last night like I thought it was my shoulder. Because I'm having to lean forward in order to get this into frame. Hey, that finished up the glue, I think. Alright, and then another nick or two along this side. The piece decides when it's done. And then, oh, that looks amazing, actually. Holy shit. Hold on, let me... Yeah, look at that. Oh, I fuck with that heavy. Oh, and then I can paint the inside. Oh, and then if I were to clip this back onto the legs, which again, I haven't done any damage to the lower body yet. And still... Look at that. Oh. Hold on. Let me bring that a little bit closer so you guys can see it. Move our arm a little bit. Yeah, I like that a lot. And then having the hand come up here and kind of grabbing at that. And then the cables trailing down. Oh, this is okay. I see the vision. I see the vision. Hold on. Look at that. And then the cable kind of coming up here. Let me plug in the backpack. This cable will go down and hang down. Yep. And then we've got it. We've got it. And then let me actually grab the other bundle of wires. Can have these coming out, also getting rid of the white one from this bundle, because again, I don't really like it. And we're going places, chat. We are going places. Probably hell, but we're going places. Come on, work me here, you piece of shit. Yeah, alright, there's that. Then the cables here. Kind of spilling out of this. Or okay, that's adding a lot of motion, but I feel like it's also adding a lot of clutter. Maybe. We're gonna actually put that over here, just in case. And then, speaking of the cables, I was just double checking if Discord had anything to say for a minute. Can I, like, do that? Yeah, I can, okay. Then bring up live chat with, actually bringing it to live. Okay. Tuck that away for a moment. Alright, so the individual wires of this will have to be glued, which is a shame, because they're going to be stubborn. But I do have, inside of my funny little box of things and stuffs, I do have a wire stripper. This thing scares me a little, but should allow us to hopefully strip these wires a little bit. Let me actually grab my little handy helper again. Grab the tip of that there. I think that just cut it. No, it didn't even cut it, it just came loose. Okay. This is gonna be difficult as shit to get on frame, but because this is not meant for wires of this gauge, it's meant for thicker ones. Do I have any thicker ones? Not particularly. I mean, I do have... No, those are LEDs. Chat. I have an idea. Problem is that I don't think I have the electrical know-how in order to do that idea. The idea was having, because I can have the cables as exposed if I want. Because again, this is a robot. The idea was taking her cute little mono eye and come here, give me your helmet. Please let go of that with your mandibles. Taking her cute little mono eye out of here, boring a hole through it with a pin vise, and then let me see if there's even clearance for that with this red optic. If there is, then we're 100% doing this. If there's not, then shrug. Because I did do a fair bit of circuitry work in middle and high school. Definitely not enough room for those white LEDs, but is there enough room for the red ones? There might be. Oh. Yeah, there very much so might be. It would probably paralyze the eye, but we 100% could do it. Where to put my pin vise? That is a perfect gauge. First I'm going to sand this a little flat. That way it's easier for the vise to get teeth in. And then I barely need to do any soldering. I just need to make a battery housing. You're gonna go there for a minute. Cables are gonna go here for a minute. I know that those were the ones I was gonna go on the wrist, and they still are, but alright, you go here. I'm worried that's gonna snap it though, is the problem. You know, I don't think that's gonna hold it steady enough. So I am just gonna have to butcher my hand a little. And get the center of the bore centered on the optic. If I were to use a thinner, would that work? Hold on, me. The file is actually doing more work than the drill bit. I use the drill bit to expand what the file can do. Yep, I tapped the hole successfully. Alright, have to keep readjusting so I can actually get what I'm doing in frame. Yep, now that I've tapped the hole, that's definitely making more progress. Oh yeah. Look at that. And then, oh, that fits nicely. Okay, so I'm gonna down the bit by 1. Maybe 2, actually. And then we'll use the file heads in order to expand the drill bit. have a mind to grab my headset and start listening to music on my iPad. But if I do that, I know for a fact I'm going to dip off with the commentary, and that's honestly the more interesting part, because I can't play what I listen to on stream for copyright purposes, and also it's a bit vulgar. I'm going to put these LEDs over here for a sec. That way I don't lose them. Hello, greetings. I am currently doing some absolute heresy. I have found a couple of red LEDs inside of my old soldering kit, praying to God that they still work. I have a bunch of old wires that I stripped off a telephone months ago that I think I can just kind of wedge in there. So I barely need to do any soldering. Essentially, trying to make this thing's eye glow. The main problem is going to be building a battery housing, but I have a bunch of modeling clay, which I'm pretty sure is non-conductive, and I can set that up. Though I must admit, the last time I seriously did soldering was in high school. Ooh, you're putting up a bit of resistance there, girlie. What's going on here? Oh, I think it was just plastic. What's going on here? Oh? I think we're through. It appears that we are. Yes. And then if I were to show no alpha model. Ooh. Buddy of mine, actually the same friend who put me onto the website that I got this from, New Type, she has a Sharon model, and it is absolutely adorable. In fact, she actually took the Mech out and put it in the turtle pond. I think it was at her school, and she took a picture of the Sharon out in the water. Really careful here so I don't crack it. Yeah, so let me go ahead and double check that the optic still fits where it needs to go. And if it does. Okay, it does. Good. Alright. This does seem like the eye is going to have to be frozen in a specific angle, though, which is a little sad. But, yeah, okay, I see where we're, yeah. The helmet core I'm going to have to remove, and then I'm going to glue the helmet at the temples and the back of the tube, which is fine, I can do that. I'm also going to try and do some hand detailing on the optic rail so that there's more, like, it looks more exposed. Because I have a reference image of what an exposed optic rail on a ZAKU looks like, and I really like that. I want to put that on this. Oh, come on, you came free so easily last time, please. The guys who did Jolie, yeah, it's movie accurate. And there were the turtles in the turtle pond. So there were a couple of size accurate kaiju. Alright. Go. Alright, so the head core is going to have to go. Alright. Go ahead and remove the front tube right quick while I work on that. And then, yeah. That way I can have the clearance that I need for the cable. Whoop, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the camera. Got been hit with a shotgun blast of plastic there. Alright. I can kind of shear around it. There we go. Work me here. And grab that without getting the back bit. There we go. And then I'll file this smooth in a sec. I'm going to find plastic pieces on my desk for weeks. Weeks is probably actually an understatement, but it's fine. Alright. Where did I put the rest? There it is. Come here. Alright. And then do I have a flatter? I guess about this. Let's see. No, I don't see that. I have a flatter one. I have a old cuticle pusher. Try not to break the nose on this. Because, like, while I could use a tube in order to hold that in place, it'd still be annoying. Oh. This is not a high enough density. The plastic is getting the sand off of that. Hold on a second, my friends in a different server are... There we go. I guess, you know, because there's a pin there, that's where that fits. Wow, so that's going to be the main way that's holding on. Okay, that's fine. And then if I actually remove this nubbin here, should allow the optic to rotate a little bit more freely. Let me go ahead and bend this a little. Then thread these in through there. Oh, no, hold on a second. I actually need to do that the other way around. Yeah, I need to bore out a little bit more of this. Do I have... Yeah, I do have a circular rasp. There we go. I'm gonna need to clean these off afterwards. I'm probably just gonna take like a wet rag to them, honestly. Alright. How do I get this? Because the diameter of the rasp is... Okay, so I'm gonna need to use I'm gonna need to use the next size up with a pin vise. Because the rasp is too thin in order to get what I need. Oh yeah, I need to remember to add the link to the song that I kept humming yesterday to yesterday's VOD. Because part 2, this is part 2. Part 1 yesterday was me building this kit, and then today is the modification. There is a lot of plastic bullshit on my desk, and I'm trying to keep clean, but it is an uphill battle. Okay, one more gauge higher should do it. Hopefully, because it's the last gauge I have. Damn it. Yes. Yes. Okay, look at that. That is sick. It's a little bit off kilter, but it's fine because what I'm going to be able to do is... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I did kind of butcher the head's ability to stay still, but I am going to glue it, so it's fine. I also have like a, what's it called, wooden dowels that I'm probably going to use for like the neck pistons, which I know, I'm pretty sure the ZAKU 2 did not have, but accuracy went out the window when I decided to make a zombie mech. So actually, Gundam is such a fucking expansive franchise that there's probably been a zombie ZAKU. I just haven't seen it yet, because I've only seen Origin in 79 so far. And, like, what I can also do is just have a bunch of wires trailing down from the neck to disguise this. Because, again, I am going to have one that runs along the back of the leg, or, like, the back of it, just trailing. So I can have the casing for this, the battery housing underneath the, what's it called? The base. Because there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to fit it inside of the ZAKU. Not with my skill level, at least. Alright. Yeah, okay. Pop out of there for a sec. Remove the nubbin. That went into the ether. That way I can have the head rotate wherever the hell it wants. Come here, buddy. I have tweezers. What am I doing? I don't remember where I got these tweezers from. I think I got them from an old like, bend the metal kit to make a dragon, but I didn't have the grip strength back then in order to do that. So I threw away the kit and kept the pliers, which lines up with the kind of jank shit that I just tend to do. No, that's too fat. This one should be able to fit. That's strike one on poking myself for the stream. That's sanded down enough TM. And then that, yeah, honestly, well, apparently it is not sanded down enough TM. Apparently there's a little nubbin here that hates me. Come here, you jackass. There we go. And then put the optic back in. There are frogs outside singing the songs of their people. Real fucking loud. Alright. It's fine. Might actually have to bend the wires slightly earlier than that, which is okay. So I have the tweezers that I need to do that with. Then line that up. Put that back in place. All right. Yep, there we go. And the optic rail is now in position. It looks like the light does need to be filed down just a little bit. And filing it should help it disperse light a little better. What was going on here is that it's bumping up against the front of the face. And then I have resin that I can use if this ends up failing. I could just dye the resin and then fill in this spot. Alright. Actually gonna poke that out of there right quick and then just file it down a little bit more. A little bit on this side. It's a little difficult to get this filed evenly. Specifically because I cannot fucking see it. Alright, that looks good enough. Yeah, that'll work. Hopefully. And then push that into place as much as it'll go. And file it down here. Do I still have that? Yeah, okay. Clean up the workspace a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit more geometric than I'd like, but it's fine. Take out the light again. File down this fucking nubbin again. Without getting my finger, preferably. Alright. Alright. If I could grab the piece. Hello! Hi, Debius! I have gotten the optic deceit, I do believe. Yeah. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, no, so this side is the front face. Okay. I have gotten the optic deceit and am currently working on getting the... Well, at least I thought I got the optic deceit. It sat earlier. Where are you tweaking? Oh, because I had it upside down. That's why. There we go. Now, yep, that works. That'll work. And then, so, Davius, update. I know you can probably see it on the work mat, but I found an old LED inside of my soldering kit that I'm pretty sure still works. So, I have done some heavy modification to the head to allow me to put that into place. Let me go ahead and grab the nose. Actually, what am I doing? I could have left the nose in place this whole time. Yeah, there's a pretty good possibility that this thing's going to have an LED in its eye. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. I am going to have to do a bit of chicanery in order to get the head to attach, because as you can see, the wires for the LED are coming out through the neck slot, because I had to file everything in here down in order to get that to fit. So for the head to attach to the rest of the body, it's not going to be able to attach via this socket, at least not properly. Go ahead and get the head reattached here, please. And then get that lined up, please. There we go. And like this leads to a really cool effect where you can see the eye rotating in there Though it is... hold on, I don't know if you guys can actually see that. They make you wire one up in the perfect grade. Yeah, I remember you talking about that, and like, doing it way easier than whatever the fuck I'm doing. But the eye being able to move in there is super cool. I like that a lot. Only problem is, as you can see, the wires are coming out through the neck slot. So I'm going to need to find a different way to attach the head. And I actually see one right here. Because I don't need to worry about there being articulation anywhere, what I can do is I can remove the backpack if it will agree with me. Remove that arm because it's getting in the way. Come here. Remove the backpack. This chest, oh yeah, you haven't seen the damage that I did to the chest plate yet. Look at that. Core out the body, planting the glue. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to snip the head. The head is probably going to actually, like, I guess... Yeah, like, either side of this wire going all around the neck. I can find a good angle for it. Yeah. Instead of the wire going around the neck, and then having the cables go through the back here. And then I have the pin vise out already. I'll just have to pinch it together here. Actually, let me go ahead and glue this back plate. That way whenever I drill it, it'll be easier to drill. So remember during assembly it was a little jank. Also ignore how like sludgy the glue is here. I've had this shit for ages. This shit smells awful, by the way. Go ahead and remove this plate. Oh no, I can't because I glued that already, so I need to pinch that like that. Okay, so that'll glue. And then I'll go ahead and leave the head aside for now because I've gotten what I want to do with it done for the most part. Let me just go ahead and glue the back of the head here too. That way the cables stay in place. And then these tubes here are severed because those, it's just going to hang around like the edge of the chest. And I can't really show that because, you know, the back is currently being glued, and if I were to put this in place, it'd be stuck permanently, and I don't want that. So that's fine. Let's see. Wire up the LED, see if it works, and just slide it in when you're done. A bit late for that. If it doesn't work, it's fine. I can just have it be there, and it'll be more 3D than the sticker would be anyways, which I like. And I'd have to do some chicanery in order to get the neck to assemble anyways, because I removed the shit that would normally allow it to connect. Can you see that on camera? Yeah, this normally would allow it to connect onto the neck socket, so that's removed entirely. So I'm gonna have to do some bullshit in order to get that to attach. Slide it into the chest unit. Yeah. But now the chest unit has glue on it, so I can't touch that for a minute. So I am going to disconnect this for a sec so I can grab that off of there. Fix the waste unit there. Yeah, so I can't touch it for a minute, and then I say that, and I immediately touch the area that has glue on it. It's fine. I've gotten super glue on my fingers before. Nail polish remover gets it right off, and my sister has tons of that, hopefully. But also so do wet wipes, I'm pretty sure, because the... Yep. We're grooving. There's a little bit of fuzz stuck to my finger, but it's fine. It'll probably itch for a minute, and the tips of my fingers are now kind of tacky, but it's fine. Alright, legs time. Now, the legs have a lot of damage on this too. And I already kind of have damaged the skirt a little bit, and I'm going to do a little bit more of that. But the main damage is to the right leg. The tube on it is severed at about the halfway to 3/4 of the way mark, right around here. And originally I was going to save this component and just sculpt it by hand. But I think the way that Bandai has made the tubes connect to the legs, I have to just cut it here and then rotate this segment out, and it'll be fine. I do need to have this area scuffed up a bit. So let's go ahead and remove the leg from the hip. If I can get it off the hip joint, damn. There we go. The other one's gonna be a pain in the ass though. Or not. And there's the skirt. The hands are fine for the most part. The pauldron, I still need to scuff up a little. Oh wait, yeah, no. Never mind, I forgot. I was gonna add wires to this wrist. Well, where did I put my glue? There it is. Put the legs here for a sec. Yeah, this tray is going to be my drying tray. If something is drying, it goes in this tray. It's bothering me. Not like pain bothering, but annoying bothering. Then I think I'm going to clip this liner here. Oh, now you want to strip. Bruh. It was being annoying earlier and I wasn't trying to... Cut these in half so I have more wire per wire. And these wires are actually out of an old telephone, like the coil cable of a desk phone. And whenever I tore that apart in order to make the Ushabti on my Horus Pegasus, I kept the cable because I knew for a fact that I wanted to do something like this for a while. Now, the problem is getting good angle for these cables to go in at. I think, honestly, like this should be fine. Fucking FNAF animatronic looking ass. I mean, I doubt during the 1-year war there was a, at least towards the tail end of it, when things were really getting brutal. I don't know if there was many volunteers, so there might have been kids shoved in the robots. That was a horrible joke, Jesus Christ. Can you please work with me here? Okay, no, you're not going to, because I see the occlusion. We need a thinner gauge for that. Okay. Come here. Not that far, buddy. We're going to use this one. Yeah, that looks to be good enough. Go back. There we go. Ow. Finger was in the way. That's why that wasn't closing. Alright. Then I think I can... No, I cannot remove that. Okay. I'm removing the shoulder plate. That's going to get in the way. Actually, just going to remove the entire upper arm. If it would cooperate with me, and the answer is apparently no. There we go. There's that, there's that. There's this. Get back here. And I'm gonna need to do, actually I'm gonna leave it separate because I'm gonna need to do damage to that shoulder anyways. And this forearm. But, right. I'll go ahead and remove the upper part of the arm here. Come here, buddy. You gonna agree with me? No. There we go. Take it out using my teeth. That didn't break anything? Nope. Surprised. Alright. And just making sure I've scraped enough room out of here. See plastic coming out, so. Again, I don't need to worry about this edge being particularly clean. You know, the hand's been ripped off, and the drawing has it far more grisly than this, so I'm actually gonna not have that wire in there for a minute if I can remove it. I'm gonna remove this as well. It's a lot easier to take in and out because the glue is still kind of wet. Put that over here for a minute. That's actually the part that's supposed to hold on the heat hawk onto the hip for the hard plate. But since I fucked up the hard plate yesterday, can't do that. So that's fine by me. Now, where did I put my shears? There they are. Alright. And ooh, there's a little piece in there I can take out. So if that's not important. Come here, buddy. Oh, you're the bridge plate. Ooh, you're interesting. As long as anything that holds on the... No, because the elbow needs to be stiff straight out anyways. So... Hold on, let me check the chats that have notifications in them. And then if are you still gonna want to rotate? Yes, you are. Lovely. Okay. I see what that part inside there is. And I can pretty sure I can safely remove it. Then honestly, I'm just kind of randomly tearing up the underside of this a bit. There we go. That should do it. Then there's that. I like that a lot. Let me go ahead and chip this a little. And the lovely thing about this plastic is that it chips very easily. So I can just kind of do whatever the fuck I want to it and it'll look good. Then I'm gonna run my nail across that and grab random bits and bobs. Yep. Fucking brain hit me with the withered ZAKU line. God damn it. I mean, you're not wrong, but still. Fucking hell, man. That feels reductive. Alright. And then there's that. That looks pretty cool. Can you guys see that? Let me... Yeah, there we go. Now you can see it a little easier. Let me go ahead and take the rasp to a couple of areas here and God, I hate that noise. Alright. Deepen some of the grooves. There's one over here that I like that's kind of almost horizontal. Psh. Fingers are covered in dust again. I think I need a new moist wipe. Give me a sec. Yeah, no, this one's lost all of its dampness. Yeah. I've just been using these in order to clean up my shit. So, we need something to clean up a bunch of plastic dust. Apparently, hand wipes are just a good way to do it, because there's just enough like moisture on them that the plastic dust sticks to it, if that makes sense. Also keeps your workstation sanitary. Enough. Might affect paint though, and I'm just now thinking about that, but it's fine, it's fine. It's probably gonna evaporate anyways. Tweezers. Whew. Those embedded themselves pretty deep in the carpet. Scary. There you go. Wipe off the files. All the various cables. Just get all the plastic dust off of everything. For now, it's definitely going to get more, but you know, mid-project cleaning break. You understand. Alright. And yeah, I say mid-project because once we're done with the legs, then that's probably like well, this is like mid-project anyways, because the first half was the assembly. Well, the first third was assembly, second half was the withering, third third is the painting. Third. Classic family. Sorry about that, family was being loud. Very easy to mute my mic, which is lovely. Alrighty. Now, the difficult part. Quite honestly, for this, I might use UV resin. Because it's a little bit thicker and it will hold its shape better. A lot of blobs of this on the nozzle, though. I was going to use this shit in order to do the heat blisters on the torso, which I'm still going to do. Do I have a paper towel? Yeah, right here. I don't know why I didn't start with this, but it's fine. Alright. And this is just basic UV resin that I can paint over once it's cured. Pretty sure. Not entirely sure how good it holds paint, but I'm probably going to take this outside and hit it with a clear coat once it's done. Just so it'll be easier to paint over. Alright. Arm is covered in resin. Now I just start sticking wires in there. Wires are being uncooperative a little. Damn, the withered ZAKU comparison is really hitting now. Anyways. Yeah, and then once these are locked into the base, then I can do any bending or whatnot that I might need to do. Should be done momentarily. Right. That one's a little mobile. Shaking it in order to get the fluid to level out. Okay, so that's not really cured, but okay. Yeah, there we go. And then have them all pointing in the vague same direction. Yeah, that'll be fine. I just needed to like find the position that I like them being in order to seal that. So, any notice in chat? None that I can see. All right. My phone is still alive? Yeah. Why is chat up there now? Okay, you know what? Streamlabs on my phone is weird, so it's fine. Yeah. This is really annoying having to wait. It's not like this fucking thing can help me because it's too high up. I also need to be careful with the gun. The gun's going to clip onto the back of the skirt at a certain angle, so... Though I am going to dry brush it with silver first before I glue it down. I'm going to hit a lot of areas with the silver, actually. Like most of the black areas. And any of the damage. Why does that pivot? That's weird. Alright. Hopefully that's done now? Feels like it, yeah. Alright, and there's the wires on the damaged arm. I'm gonna have to add more of these elsewhere, but I kind of fuck with it. I'm gonna hit it with like a unifying color eventually. Oof, you are... Okay, you're rotating, but... Oh, right, yeah, the resin is only gonna hold it so much. Because these cables just don't like being adhered to. It's fine. That's fine. Alright. Well, that arm is done, basically, in its entirety, except for paint. So this arm is going to go over here. I'm also going to take my keyboard off my desk. I'm also going to take a small little snack break. I have... As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I have a bunch of bootleg Pockies. I say bootleg, they're like off-brand. I got them from the dollar store. And I also have, ow. If I don't fold my nail, I also just have some grape flavored water with caffeine in it. You're probably like, oh really, that's not enough food. It's fine. I had a bag of pretzels this morning. Breakfast of champions here. Yeah, no, these are all melted together now. It's fine. Had a thought, lost it. Alright. Alrighty. Looks like the glue on the head is done, which is lovely. Alright. The skirt, I'm just going to take a knife to the edges of it. It might honestly be easier for my life if I want to remove the codpiece and tail. And 2, remove the component that is holding the skirt to the pelvis. That way these can lie flush on my desk and I can cut them easier. Alright. I actually should probably cut this with like a detail, assuming that it's, you know, metal and not rubber. Which means that the best tool might not be the X-Acto knife, it might actually be the shears. might also want to just drill some divots into it in certain areas. Just to look like gunfire. Ow. That's strike 2 for nicking myself on stream. Wish I had like some old sewing shears around. I do, but they're in my closet. I'm far too lazy to go grab them, so. And there we go. Haven't even done anything to the sides yet. This is just the front and back. Alright. Get over here. I think that's sufficient damage. At least like along the hem of it. But I do need to have the top be slightly damaged as well. I have to be very careful here so I don't accidentally disconnect the skirt from the rubber that's holding it. Then the tail socket I can add a little bit of damage to. And I know I keep calling it a tail, but like, look at that component and tell me that's not a tail. It's like a tiny little bobtail. That went in the wrong dish. All the scrap plastic's supposed to go in the leftmost one. Alright. And along the seams here, I'll do a little bit of damage there. Really hard to get this on like camera, so I'm having to hold it flat to the desk in order to get it without fucking getting my fingers. Just shorn off here and there. Yeah, I'm gonna apply this level of weathering to like the rest of the mech. It's just that it's easiest on the parts that are like very flexible. It's also just kind of fun to do. Like, look at that. That looks good. Oh, hold on, that's out of frame. Like, I fuck with that heavy. And then, go ahead and put that back on the plate here. Yeah. You know, I just need to do that to the cod piece as well, which is going to be a little more difficult without getting myself. I mean, I could use this fucking thing in order to hold it in place, and then have a little hard to see. Like, get a good angle on. Well, for y'all and for myself. So I might just not use the knife on this one. I might use the rasp instead, which actually probably a safer idea. Where is the triangle? There we go. All right. Oh, that is so much easier. Glad that didn't scuff up my screen. And take like that kind of damage there. That's cool. Then grab that again, and then go for the top of the skirt here. This area is very close to the stomach damage, so I need to have this pretty extensive. It's just a lot of sanding. That's good. And there's plastic dust all over my workstation again. Oh, I should put the lid back on the blade. Sorry if you can hear my sister having a tantrum in the background. Psh, really? It's not even noon yet. Also, earlier, I do appreciate the hello fellow gunpla builder, despite the fact that this is like the first one that I've ever built on stream, and like the second one that I've ever built ever. I appreciate it. Show a skill, but it feels a bit like stolen valor. Alright. Right. That piece there, and then I do need to add a little bit more tattering. No, my nose. A little bit more tattering to the top of this. Just because, again, the proximity to the major chest wound. Yeah, that'll do. And then if I were to line that up here, yep, I fuck with that heavy. And then let me just go out a little bit more here. Here, I guess. I don't know, just kind of like adding random bits and bobs of damage that I fuck with, so. So any that came across there. Yep. There we go. The texture on that's a little difficult to show on stream, but let me try to get that a little closer for you. Nope, that is the wrong way. Sorry, I have to do a stream delay here. But yeah, you get the point. There's a lot of scuffage across this. Sister is listening to music hella loud, so if you hear that back there, that's why. Alright, might as well add a little bit of like the cross marks to the back. I can score those in. Not really. It's not really showing up like I want it to. Oh well. Right, for the scoring on the chest plate, though, I can definitely do that. Wait, okay, that wasn't dry yet. Shh. Somehow. It's fine though, because I barely touched it. Okay, that's a left and right pivot, not a little up and down pivot. Okay. Ah, motherfucker. Son of a bitch, strength 3. Out of 5, I must clarify. Alright. Then for the other set of the tube, which is also disconnected, probably should also do more weathering to that. There. A little bit there. And there. Anything going on in chat? Nope. Okay. Okay. Well, I gotta tear that up a little bit more. Apparently, the crack there just fully obliterated that. And then a little bit of scuffage to this side wouldn't hurt because something would have had to sever the tube on both sides. Probably the same blow that took out the arm, to be honest. Go ahead and take off the chest plate if I'm able. Come here. Get the arm out of there, which you see a whole bunch of plastic gunk. And then, there we go. Yeah, the chest plate looks amazing. I love that. Might want to put that over here just show that it's done, because the other bits do still need to be weathered, so I'm going to put those over here. Do I have another tray or something I can put these on? Look, did not mean to bump my camera again. I have a little cup that I can put them in. Alrighty, and then the other side of the skirt that I completely fucking forgot to do. Not the camera, the thingamabobbert. The goddamn circuitry holder. Getting in the way. I remember the half hour that I tried to do PSVR on my PlayStation. This was, God, back in like November, December-ish. I had taken like 3 different boxes, stacked them on top of the PlayStation, and then held the PSVR camera with that circuitry holder in order to keep it at the elevation where it could track my headset correctly. And then it didn't. And I was like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. And I just gave up. Alright. Oh, hold on a second. This skirt is supposed to go down first, and then the larger skirt, and then the piece that holds down the waist. Yeah, okay. Hey, look at that. I didn't even plan that. That doesn't line up perfectly. And if I just add a little bit to like the side of this, and that should be everything for the skirt. My sister was in like country tailor? Damn. That shit came out before she was born. I think. I don't know. I'm bad with time. Anyways, yeah, that's the skirt done. So yeah, a little bit more of the bits of damage here. A little bit of a gash going. A little difficult to see because the rubber doesn't like show me where I've already cut it, but if I just keep my hand in the general area, it should work. Yeah, this is really hard for y'all to see. I am so sorry. Okay, I'm here. It's hard for y'all to see. It's hard for me to see, too. scratches and scrapes along the back of the skirt here. Alright, there we go. I think I got most of that out of there. Yeah. And then just kind of picking at the wound here would work. And then meh, good enough. Alright. Oh, yeah, I gotta clip the tail back in. Can't do any damage to this because this is actually a vital component for holding the bazooka in place. Yeah, there is the skirt piece. Oh, that is definitely not in frame. Is that closer for y'all? Ugh. There we go. Okay. There it is. Nope. There we go. Yeah. The skirt is all weathered. And that goes in the cup. That just now processed is not going to be big enough for. I don't know. If it's near the cup, then it's done. The desk is getting worse. Alright, the torso feels like it's dry. So now we can try and get the head wires through, which is why I had this drill bit out. In order to get the plastic drilled out here. Alright, got the plastic bits. To teeth the pliers in there and just kind of poke around a bit. A larger drill bit. Fucking hell. Keeps happening. One day I'm gonna lose this tiny little one and I'm gonna find it because it's gonna end up in my foot like a sewing needle. There we go. Alright. place just a little. There we go. Get all the plastic off of my shirt. This napkin's gonna measure again. Luckily, I can get these for like $1.50 at the corner store, so yippee. It's still $1.50 worth of expenditures, but you know, whew. And then I think that goes straight through, question mark? Let me double check that. Will that go through? No. Need to drill here. The curse of never getting anything in frame. Is a motherfucker. Alright, I think we have gotten that to bore through. Yeah, okay. I'm going to be using a whole lot of secondhand wires for this project, which is a little bit sketchy, but it's fine. By secondhand wires, I mean shit that I pulled out of a telephone that the label literally said did not work. So it's fine. Just gotta pry a little. And then get the cables on either side of this, which, to be honest, we can probably just run like that. And then put the neck here. No, that's not going to clip into place. Okay. Yeah, so if the head's going to kind of sag like that, then I'm going to go ahead and add the neck pistons, which is going to be a real sketch, but it's fine. Alright. The neck pistons are just a couple of wooden dowels. That I kind of friction fit into place. Say friction fit. There's like enough room down there that I can do it any other way that I wanted to. Did I just get a ping? No. It's not the one that I saw. Let me go ahead and check my watch actually, see if anyone's messaged me. Do not see any notifications. Yippee! Keep my watch over there. Oh, here, actually. That way I can see if it lights up. Yeah. The sketch part is going to be figuring out how I want these angled, because I need them to hold the neck in place. So guess I see the back of the neck Sorry, I looked to my left because I thought the bag of wet wipes was my fucking lock screen, because my lock screen is the same color. No. That is a packet of moist towelettes right your eye. You're seeing shit again. Alright. This is really difficult to get. Come on, work me here. Hey, there we go. Alright, and then there's just a little bit of a scrap over here I need to grab. Get off the pliers. Alright, so there's a little scrap over here I need to grab. This, pick at this slowly. I'm doing some heavy fucking modifications to this son of a bitch. Alright. New pliers. No. Based on the rust, certainly not new, but new to the project. These motherfuckers have teeth, damn. Alright, and then this is working for getting the scrap out really well. Nice. Alright, and then that should allow the dowel's clearance. It does. Okay. And then if I do that, and then two more little divots here? Nah. I'm just gonna widen the hole that I already have here. If I can get a good angle on it. Have I been muted this entire time? No, I'm not muted. Okay. Alright, so I don't really have that many thoughts to give other than like narrating what I'm doing. And it's pretty fucking obvious what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is just removing plastic until I have clearance for what I want to do. So, like, the narration is gonna fall off a little. It's a lot of bullshit in there that I really don't need. Wait a minute. I have a portable charger and a USB powered torch. Torch? Holy shit, okay. Flashlight. Does this have charge? It does not. Okay. Does this one have charge in it? It does. Okay. I remember to charge that one, but this one, how does this turn on? Is it just when you plug it in, it's on? Distinctly so. Alright. This should allow me to see inside of the torso a little bit easier. Oh my god, that is night and day. Holy shit. You guys are seeing the light of a law. I'm seeing the ability to see my fucking project. Alright. The shears are just a little reflective. So is my skin. Ugh, my eyes. All right. And that socket is where the arms go. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay. I'm seeing my problem here. And it's... fact that I'm going to need to carve a decent bit closer to the nubs that attach to backplate than I would comfortable with. But it's okay. I doubt Idris is awake, but if he was, I kind of wanted to fire the stream his way and be like, hey, look what I'm doing. I feel like it would get some kind of mix of like awe and horror. because I am not being clean with this. I will be the first to admit it. This is so ass. Look at this. Can you guys see this? Hold on, let me bring this closer to the camera. Can you guys see that shit? Hold on. I don't know if that's too off screen. There we go. Look at that. That shit is horrific inside. That's just bad. But what it will do is it'll work. Eventually. Hopefully. All of this just to attach the head because I wanted to add an LED to the eye that I'm not even sure will work. It's fine. You know, honestly, the original drawing had the backpack cored out anyways because of the bolt that depressurized the cockpit, so it's fine. So, like, and again, this is a broken robot. If it looks like a broken robot, then I'm winning. I can go over all this, like, plastic deformity. Yeah, ignore the fucking bright-ass light. That is my hands being pale as shit. And the metal being reflective, or the plastic being reflective. Ignore it, he says, as he moves it to the center of the camera frame. I'm not an intelligent individual. And accompanied by the clacking of plastic cutting, yeah. You can understand how one would come to that conclusion. Yeah, the plastic clacking and the squeaky ass pliers and shears. Covered in rust and probably tetanus too, but I'm pretty sure my shots are updated. All right, there's that. Okay, now do the dowels fit? Kind of. Then having those. Yeah, okay. Here. Well, that's warm. Okay, maybe it didn't expect to be plugged into a fucking portable charger like that, but it's fine. Alright, now I need to take the UV resin and just put a glob here where I will fix dowel number 1. Luckily the wood is far more absorbent, so it will actually get the resin into the grain of it and hold on to it better. Is that cured? Yes, it is. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, and then the dowel and the neck socket, which I no longer need. All right. And then I can trim the dowel a little shorter too, I think. Then head of the ZAKU go here, so I need to bore 2 holes to the underside of the helmet. Get back here. So that I can put the, what's it called, the dowels in there. I remember how I tapped this the first time. I used the point of the file first, then so I had a decent enough borehole. And then I and then even with that to here. Yep. Right about there-ish. Try not to push too much against the tube, because I don't want that to snap. Work with me here, buddy. So once I start turning it, it starts becoming a little blind to me. That's all sorts of off kilter, but it's fine because I only have this side's one in anyways. The head being round really makes my job difficult. Like when I bored the hole for the eye, it was fine. It was a flat surface that I could lean against for the most part. But no, this motherfucker is annoying. Where did I put the round one? There we go. Why is that song still stuck in my head? It has been stuck in my head for the entirety of stream so far. Alright, so I tap the hold there, and then I use this drill to widen it, please. Without cracking the plastic. There we go. Alright, there's that. And the dowels will fit in there just fine. Okay. So now I need to find where that fits on here. Oh, that is perfect. Okay. And then keep the eye. Oh, look at that. That is cool. I like that a lot. Okay. Only problem I'm seeing here is that the two halves of the wires do touch each other, so I do need to separate them a little. Come on, guys. Break it up. What? Pop the face open. Well, actually that might make the job a little easier. Never mind, no it doesn't. And... oh, come here. Ha! Grabbed a few scraps of the plastic that came off from that. Okay. I'm actually going to try and take your head off really quick. There we go. So clearly the glue did not really work. So it's fine. Give me this, please. Alright. This is a funny little trick that I learned. I'm going to take a piece of glue, of tape, and cover up the top of the eye dome. I'm going to fill it with resin. And then this should act as a decent enough wall, question mark. The resin is non-conductive, so that way the wall, oh, okay, I'm pretty sure it's non-conductive. Hopefully. So I'm pretty sure it's just plastic. UV resin, maybe allergic. Acrylic acid, yeah, no, I don't think anything in here is actually, like, conductive. So, we're good. Let me go ahead and get this in frame for you all so you can see what I'm talking about. See how I have a little piece of Scotch tape over that? That'll be the floor, so I can do this. Just let the capillary action there, even it out. Drum on the table on either side just to make sure. And then, I'm gonna move my hand so you guys can see what I'm doing. That is a completely different color on stream. Holy shit. It's just a normal blue to me, but it's purple to you. Oh, that's sick. It's just the way that my camera lens is catching it. Gotta put the tape over here again so that doesn't get scuffed up by the vast quantities of plastic dust. I think that should be done soon. Let me tap it. Alright, tapping it. Feels... Nope, there's a little bit that's still liquid over here. But the surface feels solid. Just kind of like turning it with the pliers here. Trying to get all the angles. Alright. And then flip it over. Remove the tape where there's a little bit of fluid underneath. And then take the tape off my fingers, please. Go, and then seal the top of it. Can someone in chat tell me how long we've been going for stream? Because I can't really see on my end. Let's see, is that cured yet? Yeah. There we go. 3.5 hours. Yeah. So it has taken me the entire length of times it took to build this kit yesterday to just do the weathering on the upper half of the body. Jesus Christ. I might be a little thorough. But the resin was a success. Now that is entirely filled, and it looks like there's no gaps in it, and the wires are no longer touching. There's a tiny little bubble, but luckily it's not between the wires. So we're fine. It's okay. It's just UV resin, and it's going to be inside the head, so yeah. Ta-da! I love this little bit. This bit is so cute. Oh, hold on. Let me actually get a new frame. There we go. Little guy. On camera, please focus. And then you can see the resin that I did there. It'll focus. There we go. Yeah, you can kind of barely see it, but there's resin inside of there. Let me get past my thumb. Yep. And that will keep the wires from conducting, and it will keep... Where did I put the lower jaw? There it is. I was like, where did you go? Alright. So, actually, you know what? While I have the lower jaw disconnected, I'm going to go ahead and keep the cable off. That way I can do the drilling on the underside of the head a little bit easier. So I tapped point with the files, and then I drill the rest of the way with the pin vise. Is that about level? Well, it's like I know a way that I can get this level. Need a little piece of tape that I ripped in half. Wait, get back here. And then I lay the tape over the hole. Make sure that the flat side is there. All right. So I basically just have to, yeah, so if you see what I did there, it's a little bit skewed, but it's fine because it is still something that I'm able to see. There's a little bit of tape that is acting as basically a level, or like a guide for tapping this hole. So if I take the point of the file and go right where the bottom of that tape is, then should be drill the hole. There's that. Then I remove all the shavings and shit from the head of the drill. And should poke through in just a moment. Yep, I feel that against my finger. There is our drilled hole. Now I remove the tape. Use the adhesive part of it to just scrape up a little bit of the plastic dust. And we have pretty much symmetrical holes. I am very proud of that little idea, because I once saw my father do that with painter's tape and an electric drill in order to tap the holes for a painting. I was like, hold on a sec, I can do that with this. And I did. And that's perfect. Damn. I am proud of myself. Very much so. Alright. Just need to bend these wires a little so they clear through the head. Alright. Plug the snout in. Oh, wait a sec, I need to line up the cable with that first. Then I can plug in the snout. Then I should be able to actually properly glue the head. Because I don't think there's anything else in here that I need to modify anytime soon. But in case, I am not going to do that. And the head is a little bit stiffer now because the cable can't move around. But the headpiece, there we go. Hey, we got it, and we got the 2 holes in the bottom of the neck. I don't know if I could just stop dropping that, please. Actually, I am gonna go ahead and glue the sides of the head. Or rather, like, resin seal them. It seems like I'm getting better results with this than I am with the super glue for some fucking reason. Just gonna put a tiny dollop of resin inside of this paint cup here. And then grab that, grab the tweezers. No, I'm not going to grab the tweezers. I'm going to grab my resin brushes, which are absolutely foobarred. Perfect for this purpose. And then smear that across the back of the head, very, very thin. Right. And this should cure basically instantly. How thin of a layer it is. Let me double check that it's cured. A little tacky, but yes. And now I can turn the eye inside of the head. Hopefully. At least, yeah, there we go. Without having to worry about the head splitting open. Yippee! Yeah, it just requires a little bit of finagling. But I'm going to keep the eye around this position anyways, so it's fine. There we go. And now I just got to seal the other side of the head. secured. And the eye is around the position that I'd want it to be in. And the neck is problematic, but I can fix it. This one simple little trick called replacing the dowel. Or did I even need to do that? Hold on. I have a double check. Might not have needed to do that. No, I did. No, I didn't. Okay. Well, maybe I did. What angle is that? 45-ish? Okay. So, if I do that at that angle there, yeah, I'm gonna need to decide on a position for the eye. So I'm gonna need to use resin to hold the dowel in place, and that's gonna connect directly to the underside of the mono eye rail. All right. Make sure that's straight up and down. Okay. The resin brush. All right. That's a bottle of paint. Yeah, and I've chosen the angle for the eye. Oh, will it still rotate? Feels like it wants to. Yeah, still does. Despite the dowel being connected to the underside, yeah. I do want the eye somewhat off to the side there. And then dowel does need to bend a little. Interesting. So the resin doesn't want to stick to the underside of the green. That might be problematic. It's okay. It's okay. For now, we will actually leave the head detached. That way it'll be easier to connect the wires to. All right, and then the backpack has all the damage there. So let me go ahead and put all the glue and the resin over here for a minute while I work on that. So we have our files again, which I will put here so I don't keep losing them. My excess brushes will keep over there. These are the brushes I'm going to use for the actual painting. So let's put them by the paint brushes, or the paint bottles. And also put this paint bottle and the rest of the paint bottles. And then the legs, arm, forearm, and this. Okay. So this chest plate is, to do a little bit of an organizing break here for a sec, so I even know what I'm looking at. Hold caliper goes there. The case of files just goes there. Wipe off my hands from the resin. The pin vise, put that there. And then wipe off the desk from all the plastic debris. Pew. Pew. I know that's not the noise that it makes. I'm just being stupid. I still don't know why this does this. Why do you wiggle? It's kind of fun, but like, why do you wiggle? And then the eye. Ooh. Hold on a second. Might do our first tiniest little doll paint right quick. Have I done this paint before? I have, apparently. A long ass time ago. Alright, let me take that other LED and put that back in the little bag that it came from. Go back in there. Yippee. Close the bag so I don't lose anything inside of it. Bazooka over there. The skirt and the breastplate. Put that there. Alright. And then these wires I want to put inside of the... Actually, no, I'm going to leave them over here because I'm probably going to use them for the chest plate. Cap back on the knife. Right. So the reason why I have bottle of pink paint open is because I just looked at the bazooka and it has a teensy little spot where I can put resin and pink paint and it'll look like the optic. And I like that. So we're going to do that. Can you detach, please? Are you going to detach or are you fixed in place? You're fixed in place. Okay. No, you don't feel like you are. Don't want to snap it, though. Okay, we're good. I just had to double check that I didn't break anything there. We're good. We're good. We're fine. I'm gonna temporarily put the bazooka in the bits box. And then the head over here, chest plate there, the two breastplates there. Okay. So if you can see it, which is a little difficult for me to get on camera for you guys, but there's two little divots on either side of the optic. I'm gonna go ahead and put a little bit of resin. Well, first I'm gonna put a tiny little bit of pink paint. I'm gonna take my thinnest little brush that I can without getting my face in frame. Tiniest little bit of pink. I'm gonna put that in there. It's probably gonna require multiple coats. So we will come back to this in a minute with a second coat. Or maybe it won't, because this paint is pretty thick. It's supposed to be pink, right? Let me double check the box right quick. Where did I put the box? Your bazooka is indeed meant to be pink. Okay. Yippee! Clear up the tiny little bit of overspill I got. Where did I put my tweezers? Where are my tweezers? There. I am currently holding a paintbrush with my teeth. it to dry before I try to scrape it off. Otherwise, it's just gonna smear. Okay. Ooh, that's gonna suck to do. Okay. I also forgot to grab water, so I'll be right back. For the brushes, I must clarify, I've had water for myself this entire time, and I've been drinking it steadily. Specifically, the one with caffeine in it. Purple. Alright. Actually, if I take my thin resin brush and use that to apply the pink, that might yield better results. As I can clearly tell what color I last used on that brush, because there is a gory red splattered across the tip of it. Okay, let me go ahead and grab my funny arm boy so you guys can watch what I can barely see. There we go. Alright, and then if I do that, is that easier for me? Oh boy, I'm gonna have to paint this left-handed through a depression I can't see. I got more paint on my finger than I think I did on the inside of that optic. Okay. Let's flip that around, because this side I can very clearly see. For the most part. There we go, that's better. I have one eye closed right now, because I'm looking through the magnifying glass. Which eye is better to keep closed? I think the left eye feels more natural, like, and I got pink all over the top of it. God damn it. Yeah, looking with the left eye feels better. What am I doing? Hold on a moment. I can take another of these small little cups, because I have a lot of them, like 20 something. Take that, plus a little bit of the pink paint, plus a little bit of airbrush thinner. And that'll probably make this easier. Take it longer or shorter to dry. This stuff has an unfortunate color inconsistency. You'll see what I mean. Yeah. But just a little bit, and then a wooden dowel to stir it. And this should help with the opacity as well. Like with giving it the sheen that I'd want. Alright, and then yeah, and it's the right color now. Like adding the white made the pink more pink, I guess? I don't really know how to describe it, but it's like more lightish pink than the darker pink that it was before. I like that. Feels like a more source accurate tone. Alright, and then grab that. On the tip of the brush, just kind of move it around in there, I guess. Hold on a second, I need to redo that. Get out of there. I have Q-tips. What am I doing with balled up pieces of tissue paper? What am I doing with a stick? I have Q-tips. Alright. Alright. It's fine. It's fine. Literally fine. Alright. There we go. And then I realized that the optic of the ZAKU is red, even though when the art is pink. It's fine. With the diffusion, I could probably do a little bit of a pinkish hue to it as well. With the that did nothing. Let's try that again. That is not coming off of the Q-tip. It just soaks into the Q-tip and doesn't do anything. Okay. So we are going to need an actual brush. Okay. Tired escapades of painting poorly. Try with an actual brush and with proper eye-hand coordination of not looking through a fucking magnifying glass. Alright. I just realized that I could have just fucking filled the cavity with pink and then just left it. Now, you know, I didn't think about this part. How long is that going to take that to dry? I did not think this through. Because now we gotta wait for this to dry. Which, it could be done now. It's not. But it could have been. In a different reality where paint dries quicker. Which we're, unfortunately, not fucking in. What kind of expressions do you think that reality would say? Because, you know, like, watching paint dry is an activity that is boring and takes a long-ass time. If paint dries quicker in that universe, what do you think they would say? Watching grass grow? Watching a DMV line go quicker? I don't fucking know. We're just going to put this over here and we're going to let that bit die. You chill over there for a little bit, buddy. I'm also going to put the paint over there, because I am going to need this pink again. It's a very nice color pink. I like it. Brush that are over there. This is flamingo pink, according to the bottle. I don't even remember. Oh, I remember where I got this. I got this. You see how there's a sticker up at the top? And that's not denoting the color. That's denoting the price. Because a couple of these bottles, including this one right here, with the purple dot for gray, which doesn't make sense, and the red dot on the brown is because those were actually the price indicators on a shelf for a secondhand art store in Portland. I was like, when did I get those? Portland. It was Vancouver, Washington. They're very close to each other, and we went between the two fairly regularly during that stay. But yeah, that's where that was from. That was a very nice little store. I also ended up getting a couple of brushes that I still have. A bunch of very frayed edge brushes that I got specifically for their frayed edge, because frayed edge brushes are good for dry brushing. And my mom was like, hey, why are you getting these brushes that have clearly seen better days? And I was like, that's exactly the reason why I'm getting them. Because I won't feel guilty fucking them up, and because I have frayed edges, they will hold paint differently than normal brushes do. Or better quality brushes do. Strats. That's why I have still these horrific ass. These are my scrap brushes. I have good brushes. They're in the art box and next to me. But these are my bad ones. These are the ones I use for resin. These are the ones I use for glue. Paint that I know that's going to leave a long-standing impact, like chalk paint, inside of that gray jar. And just anything that I know is going to cause a problem. This one, it's covered in an old gold paint because I used it during a project in high school. This one actually came from one of those little fossil kits. You know, the ones that you buy at the dollar store where it's like they give you a block of like clay or plaster, and inside of it there's a bunch of little cheap ass little dinosaur bones. Yeah, one of those. But they give you a chisel and they give you a brush and you're supposed to chip at it. I love those. Even as a grown ass man, I love those. But regardless, that's where that one comes from. The yellow brush is an old Crayola brush, and the other ones I've just picked up odds and ends from. I don't remember where they're from. Let's see. Put that away. And then, think about the cables here. So I might want to bore them out. And then, yeah, I'm just going to bore them out. I'm not going to do anything particularly fancy to them. Just want to take off the tips of them, I guess. No. And on more person per person sometimes results in an internal PvP. Some motherfucker tries to say something stupid and you just cut in the mic. Right. You're gonna be a pain in my ass, aren't you? Okay. Let me break up the drill bits. I would say if my fucking drill case would work with me here. What size do I want? Yeah, mid gauge should be fine. Alright. So, I see, use the same medicine jars in my acrylic paints. Medicine jars? Oh, like the little, yeah. Yeah, these are a bunch of plastic shot glasses that I got at the dollar store. So, like, I wasn't gonna actually fuck up the little medicine dosage cups. This one's off center. I hope the resin's not melting it. Shouldn't. The bottom doesn't feel spongy, so it's not melting it. Okay, weird. But yeah, I just got them at the dollar store yesterday in anticipation of this, because I learned that the paper cups that I have melt if I leave stuff in there for too long, including resin, or anything like that, and I didn't want to fuck with that, and I was like, let's not deal with that problem. So, I got those instead. Okay. This rubbery material is very difficult to bore, but I think I'm getting it. That's good enough. I need to tear up the ends of these anyways. Work with me here. I hear mourning doves outside. For the longest time in my life, I always thought that the sounds that I now know are mourning doves, I thought they were from owls. But no. I started using Merlin and iNaturalist because I went on a walk a couple of months ago, and I realized that going on walks really improves my mental. Unfortunately, I've not been able to go on walks because of the fuck-ass heat wave, and now because of the smog that's been blowing from the north from all the wildfires in Canada, which is a real fucking shame for everybody involved. Not just me not being able to go on my walks, but like the people displaced and all that. Alrighty. My thumbs are hurting. Damn. And I have been going for... Dub said I was going for 3.5 hours about a half hour ago. So, 4 fucking hours. Ugh. Remember to stretch, folks. Ugh. Alright, let's do something a little bit more relaxing than having to use a pen vise. I am going to do some panel lighting. let me go ahead and grab my Illustrator pens. I got these when I was on the West Coast, and I completely fucking forgot that I had them whenever I started doing the panel lines for my Arial. Instead, I was using this. This is a watercolor brush. Hold on, wrong hand. This is a watercolor brush filled with calligraphy ink and diluted with water. Let me go ahead and grab a piece of paper right quick and show you guys what it looks like. Alright, I forgot my brother fucking foobarred my watercolor pad. Come here. So, we have 0.1, 0.02, which is for some fucking reason a lie. Like this is, so 0.20, so and then this one clarifies that it's if it's not dead, 0.20. So they look about the same, which is really weird. And then I have my 0.5, which is a little bit too big for this. Then I have two more brushes, one of which I always struggle to remember is not waterproof. There's my 0.5 again, but on a different brush. And then, so there's another half, which is 1.2. Definitely too big for this. And then this one does not clarify, just says N15. So, that one's more of like a brush type. This one is the water-based one, so it is not waterproof. Learned that the hard way when I was doing a watercolor painting, and I was using this for my lines. Luckily, it smears into a very nice navy blue, which was the color of the character that I was drawing, so I lucked out there. And then, go ahead and put those aside, we have this motherfucker. I've not used this in a minute, so just try to get it to bleed a little. That way we get more of a thicker color. Like as I said, this is very diluted. So we're getting more of a grayish. It's very difficult to see on stream, but there's the gray there. And then it just works like that. If I were to try to put more ink in the brush, gets you darker black, but then it bleeds more. So it's a bit difficult to work with. That is using the crappy jar of ink that I grabbed from Winsor & Newton Black Indian ink. Got this from a calligraphy store. Yeah, about half a fluid ounce of actual proper ink. This shit is not, while it's still wet, it also will bleed. So these two will bleed, so we don't want to use those. These 5 are fine, but this one's too large for what we need. So I'm thinking we start with the 2 smaller and then we work our way up. Yeah. I have been using the holder for the soldering iron for that calligraphy brush because it needs to be stored upright or else it'll just bleed everywhere. But yeah, we have this. Also, you guys get to see my shit-ass handwriting. Wow, that bleeds a lot, even on watercolor paper. Damn. Anyways, I'm just gonna put that over there for now. And the ink I will put back because I'm not gonna use it. And then I also just have Sharpies, like just normal ass permanent marker Sharpie. And a fucking so this one's half dead. And then a pen that I'm pretty sure is full dead. Oh no, not full dead. This is, which that looks like a lie. But obviously not going to use these two. Actually, this Sharpie alongside that calligraphy pen is what I used in order to panel in my Arial, which I mean, actually, the pen, it was okay. Honestly, I think I might get more results if I dilute acrylic pen, not acrylic pen, acrylic paint through a watercolor brush. That might actually turn out better for panel lines. But for now, I'm going to be using just a normal ass pen. I'm going to do that on the pieces that I've already finished, and on the pieces that I know I'm not going to touch for a minute. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the scuff edge on the helmet, which is going to be a little difficult now that it's, you know, all assembled, but should be okay. Just got to cut a couple of notches in the edge of the visor here. Alright. Wait. Oh shit, you know, that entirely moves. Did I get myself there? Strike 4. Where did I put my blue pen? Over here. Yeah, these pens I got from the dollar store, and they work pretty good. Let me see if I can tilt my hand so you guys can actually see it. But it's like, it's very nice, rich blue. And I have a bunch of other colors in there as well. But the blue, it's like a bluish purple-ish. It's kind of difficult to show you guys because of the sheen on it, but it's very nice. Alright, let me go ahead and get the rest of the helmet on this guy. And try not to cut my hand. Why are you prying up? I thought I glued you. Alright, I'm gonna use the shears. Oh, that's ink. That's not water, that's ink. Ooh, boy. It's fine. We're fine. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at keeping everything in frame for y'all. Since I took my phone out of the tripod last night in order to charge it proper, I changed the angle at which all my shit is ever so slightly. Apparently, it's enough to throw me off. Let me go off this Q-tip. I've just been throwing trash into the box that the package box that the ZAKU got mailed in. Hold on a minute. Let me look at a reference here. You know, it doesn't look like there's any other damage going on there. Oh, I just processed. What I can do is actually soak this cable in super glue. And I say cable, it's like a nice leather cord. I can soak it in super glue, and that'll make it stiff. It's a very old leather cord. It used to be from a necklace that I made, but I didn't like the charm, so I cut the charm off. I can use that for the neck tendons here. Ooh, that would look really cool, actually, and it would lean more into the zombie vibe. Are they the right gauge for the holes I drilled? Ooh, they are. Nice. Okay. And they'll be a lot easier to string up. Okay. Yeah, and I can have them drape and everything. I like that a lot. I'm doing that. I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and hook up the ends of them right quick, because I think I've done, for the most part, all the weathering that I want to do on the head, at least in terms of like scratches. The eye is about in the position that I want it. Let's wipe it off the we'll bead this glue from the top of this, and then get all the resin to not be where they are. Yeah, because the resin and the super glue are two very different consistencies. Kind of regretting boring those holes actually on the underside of this. It might have been better to just leave that as a flat surface so I don't fuck up the movement of the eye, but it's fine. Right, that's still a little gummy, so we'll leave that as that is right for now. That looks sick as hell over there. Alright. Right, what was I doing? Alright, yeah, trying to probably carve up some of the areas over here. Go ahead and grab the... Actually, let me take this off. Come here. Get off of there. Come on. There we go. Got it. Realign that with the hook that holds it. It is really easy to knock off kilter. It's fine though. The front plate can go there again. Still really love that. Like, that looks sick as hell, and then I'll go in there with the brushwork and make that silvery. I want my helping hand buddy back, please, so I can... Is this done? Nope. But I can leave that in here to dry. That is really sharp. I just... Alright. I'm just gonna clamp it there. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then I can use that too. And then I can hold this in place with the... Can I get that to hold in place? Both arms? Probably not. Actually, yes, I can. Shit, okay. A little jank, but I can. Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and get both teeth set up here. That way I can have it hold this for me. Very gently. And then I can use the knife easier. And you guys can actually kind of see what I'm doing through the lens of this. Where'd I put my red blinders? There they are. It'll come out somewhere eventually. Yeah, so essentially what I'm just doing here is continuing the damage pattern from the top of the torso, which I put over here, to the top of the back here. Kind of continuing outwards. That way it looks like the bolt actually went clean through. Just one that's supposed right now. Disconnect that one and rotate that a little so I can see it better. Hold on to that for me, will ya? There we go. Nope. I don't have to bite a little, but no, that's not gonna hold it. It has to bite into the cable. Okay. Actually, yeah, no, these teeth are getting in the way. I'm just gonna use the magnifying glass part of it. You know, I go, yeah, let's do something a little bit more simple than having to use pliers in order to get my hand to break. And then I just go back to using the fucking pliers. What can I say? Cutting plastic is sometimes pretty addicting. I say to people watching a guy build Gunpla, you guys are far more experienced in the crack that is cutting plastic than me. Guy who is still new to the crack of cutting plastic. change this. Because then it won't fucking stay attached, but... yeah, you guys probably should be listening to your own music as I'm working on this. Alright. Alright. That was just a... Ooh! That didn't scratch my monitor, did it? No. Okay, we're good. Because behind that towel back there is my monitor. I have it covered so the reflection doesn't show my face. But... not really think about the ramifications of leaning a metal box against it. It's fine. Nothing happened, apparently. I checked. And get out of there. On the side of that scratch, I need that to go down as well. Why am I not just using my file? I have like 5 different files, but I really like this triangular one because it's nice for carving deep grooves. And also, apparently, tapping holes. I guess I need to go off the edge of the desk here in order to get this one. Shaking the whole fucking desk. Hey guys, what will be the health ramifications of snorting a line of the plastic dust that comes off of this? This is a joke. But hoo boy. Honestly, I think the health ramifications depend on how long the line is. I'm not doing any, but I was just thinking out loud. Right. Alrighty. Go, and then I think I'm gonna have a couple of little... No, because I still need to do the blistering. Which requires... Oh yeah. Okay, that looks amazing. Look at that. Like, between the side gash there and the damage that I just did to the back. Once again, out of frame. There we go. Like, right up there and right here. And then right here is normally where the tube would connect, but get it back here, jackass. Quit popping off of the hinge. There's a tiny little hinge on the inside that this green piece really hates staying connected to. It's fine. Ooh. Yeah, so normally that would connect like that, and then you have just falls off. I'd like it for it to snap off for the dramatic effect. There we go. And then if I... Now this one needs to be age grouping. Is there a... Yeah, so if these are connected to the hips, and pin these up for a second there. That way I can connect the hips easier. Look at that, and then having the exposed bit there. Look at that. That is good. I don't look that heavy. Then once the leg is in place in order to keep the skirts from falling down. Yeah, I think we have peak. I think we have peak here. Hold on, let me go ahead and connect the breastplate halves properly, without them being like all sorts of tucked in, but then like, look at that. Of course, this arm has yet to be weathered, but that is insane. Let me bring that a little closer to the camera for you to see. Hold on. Camera is really difficult to get because of the stream delay, but yeah, look at that. Fuck with that. Oh my god. That is insane. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. And then with the arm that's barely connected. No, like the arm that's just... Holy shit. Hold on. Let me get the shoulder plates on these. Come here. And hold on a sec. Let me go ahead and file off the tip of this one. This is going to take a second, because I'm actively cutting it by filing it. Which I don't know why I wasn't just cutting it, actually, but... Let me just go and cut that and then file it. Grizzly. Okay. And then I can carve just cracks into it and whatnot. Various scratches and dings. This is much louder than it needs to be. Because I'm trying to get the corner pieces off of that. There we go. Wow, that was a lot of noise for not a lot of impact. A lot of dust too, damn. Tiny little pile of dust right there. Alright, do I have a flat file? Yes, I do. Okay, this might actually be better for what we're trying to do here. It's a little more difficult for me to get the start of it. And then, so I'll use this one to start the dips, and then I'll use the flat file to carve them out further. And I think I'm going to have a massive dip from here to here, kind of trailing up from there to the meat. That'll be the job for this fucker. Trying to get all the dust off my fucking hands. So much filing going on here. Alright, that's a more wedge shape that I can then refine with the triangle one. But like, look at that so far. Let me... A little difficult to see with the light, but yeah, having the nub here filed down and then a bunch of other scrapes and spikes. And I don't need to worry about doing the other side because, again, it's not really going to be seen. This is a front-facing this is a front-facing one, so. But look at that. And then I need to do more dips and chips across the front of that. That arm needs to be more hanging down-ish. And then I need to head of the ZAKU be here, kind of like that. Wow. That is grizzly. I love it. arms off because I just processed that I can probably actually get here. Honestly, I have half a mind to file these arms a little bit easier to disconnect. Just so I'm working, so I don't have to keep using my teeth or pull them out of the sockets. But reason why I'm disassembling again is because I just processed that I can actually glue the head just by taking the cables and putting them here, and the back of the neck being like that. Yeah. Let me go ahead and get the wires that I need for this, because I'm probably just going to use resin in order to seal it. Or do these have like exposed blades? They're kind of exposed, so if I just cram that down the mouth of this, is that gonna work? Probably not, no. Me gently hold this a little, and then take that wire, try to basically jam one wire into another. No, that's not going to really work. Yeah, especially since the ends of them are scuffed. But I do have a wire stripper here, which hopefully will support this. Ooh, we might have something here. Hold on. Let me get that, and then might take a couple of passes, but we might be able to strip this wire a little bit easier than I expected it to. This is another one that I think I salvaged off of the desk phone. Yeah, there is a stripped wire, all right. And then that should allow me to just solder them together, or even just weave them together a little. Come here, buddy. Because if I can get the wires from the neck just the teensiest bit longer, instead of just these two little prongs, then oof, I need to be really careful though. These are bending a lot. I don't want to like snap them. But if I can just get these to be a little bit more, the teensiest bit more exposed, I might be able to just wrap them around each other and then seal it with resin. This is the most scuffed way of doing electrical work, but if this catches a fire, it's just going to be Canon accurate. Give me a minute. And then let's go over here. Grab our wire stripper. There we go. Alrighty. Now that I think we can do something with. Go ahead and get the red one the same way. All right, ready? that dark red wire that's currently connected to the ZAKU, that is entirely non-conductive. That is just, well, not non-conductive. It isn't electrical in any nature. It's just leather, I think, or like fake leather. I don't remember. I got it ages ago. I don't remember what the label said. I don't even have the wrapper for it anymore. But do have 2 wires with a little bit of an exposed channel for each. By channel, I mean like cable channel. Not like TV, but like inside of the cable there's a tiny little channel. I might be able to slot that into. No. Okay. It's okay if I just keep coiling that into like a tight little bit, and then if I wrap this around it, make a tiny little hook first. Put that into the hook and then wrap it around. It's very difficult for me to show you guys what I'm doing, which is why I'm narrating this part more. Because this is, look at that. That is horrific, but it's working. Hold on, let me make that more into a frame. Look at that. Any self-respecting electrician would crucify me right now. But I'm not that, so I'm perfectly fine. Make sure that's all flat and alright, let me see if I can very carefully remove. There we go. Just had to remove a tiny bit of piece of the wire cover there. Alright, and I'm gonna go ahead and put resin on that right quick. Grab my resin brush and use that to spread it around a bit. And I am going to go over this with multiple coats, just for like electrical safety reasons. Where did I put my resin flashlight? There it is. Yeah, once again, I'm just struggling to get this in frame. Just need to remember to be doing stuff over top of the gray mat. And then grabbing the cup of resin from over there. It's in the same. Actually, let me grab the super glue from that and use that for a layer. Well, it's still kind of tacky and I can spread it easier. All right, and then just process that I probably shouldn't have done that. Because now I can't touch the head for a minute. But again, it's fine. I've gotten resin and super glue on my fingers before. I do not care. Alright. Take this abomination, put this over here to dry. Lid back on the resin, just for cleanliness' sake. Tuck that brush there. There. I'll wipe it on the surface of the desk. Again, keep doing this, but like, it keeps getting on my nerves. Just the massive piles of plastic dust. Like, look at that. I know you guys probably can't see it, but there's a shit ton of just light lime dust everywhere from all the filing that I've had to do. And I swear, this shit is getting in my lungs and giving me a headache. But the headache might also just be sitting at my desk for a long period of time, because I started at like, what, 9-ish? It's currently nearly 1400, so been going for a while. Alright, and then I'll just let that dry off naturally. Refresh stream just in case I'm missing chat. No, I am not. Okay. Hydrate, chat. Hydrate. Sorry, I forgot that this is really loud, so I shake it off screen. I'm almost out of my caffeine water. Actually, that is clean through. I could. Alright. Well, I could message my sister and ask her to bring me up like a breakfast sandwich or something. Fuck, I missed that 3 hours ago. A new subscriber, Black Country Apex Nerd. Welcome to hell. Alright. My fingertips hurt from, so does my wrist. I don't have a left-handed wrist brace. I don't have a right-handed wrist brace because I'm right-handed. I really should get one for my left hand. I also should probably put on my compression socks for my legs. But I'm fine. I'm moving my legs enough that I don't really need to worry that much. For context, I have a blood clotting disorder. And I need to be careful about how long I'm sitting stationary. So, yeah. Alright, yeah, no, that's still in drying hell. Right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and try and do some little resin blisters on the top of the chest plate there. So, I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. Where did I put my dowels in there? Trying to get my face on camera. And then grab a stick. Don't grab the forbidden orbs. Forbidden orbs. Yes, you know what I mean. The fucking, the silica gel packet. Might as well mix the super glue into the resin, why not? I don't see how this could possibly go wrong. The morning doves are really going off. Alright. This is that side's breastplate, which the art has the blisters on. Now this is really difficult to capture because it's a transparent gel that I have to apply by hand onto a very small surface. Then a fair number of them across this area and on the breastplate. You know, I just processed these are going to immediately slide off. Hold on. Once these are dry, I'm going to double check. Okay, you're dry. Slightly tacky, but it's fine. My problem is that, are you going to just snap off? Yep. So, I want to see if I had taken cabochons and done that instead, that might have worked, but no, what I'm going to do is instead, I'm going to take these cute little fit bears. I'm going to take one of my files. Where did I put that one file? There was one that was like right here. Where did I put that? No. Where did I put that file? Because there's, okay. See, there it is. And this is my fucked up file. I have the good ones though. I'm just gonna sand the surface so it's easier for the resin to stick to. And probably the paint too. Yeah, hopefully that'll stick a little bit better now. Slightly discolored, but it's fine. I'm gonna, one, it's now being overheated, and two, I'm gonna have the, have to paint this anyways. The top area of the breastplate here that I'm also gonna hit with the resin to make the blisters. There we go. I'm also going to try and get a couple of, like a tiny little blister there. I can manage it. And then also need one on, or a couple on the backpack where the actual reactor is going critical. So just making sure I got good coverage there. I'm gonna have a couple of wires spanning that gap. Then getting deja vu from when I was working on my aerial, and I was like, maybe I should have sanded this before assembly. I'm not a smart man. I don't tend to plan ahead. But yeah. Sanding usually leaves a bit of discoloration, but that's fine because the discoloration is honestly kind of sick. Squeaky noises. Alright. And then the breastplate there. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need to sand the back half of this too. Also gets that little sprue piece that I apparently fucked up cutting off. Alright. Since that's there, that's going to get covered up by the fact that the hip is rotating, so that's fine to leave blank. Alright, let's pull that out. Leave that there. Actually, before I start adding the blisters, let me go ahead and fuck up these shoulders so they're easier to withdraw. And I'll just glue them in place once we're done. But while I'm working and constantly taking the arms in and out of their sockets, it might be easier for me to just leave them scuffed like this. Then do the same on this side. And then smooth that out a little. Alright. Alrighty. Now, these easier to get in and out of their sockets? Very much so. Oh, lovely. Alright. And now, yeah, because at the edge they just hang loose. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. That makes my life so much easier. Holy shit. Alright. Go, and now do the blisters. I just remembered that I left super glue mixed in there. Fuck it, we ball. That's for opacity. And also make it easier to paint. Super glue is to make it adhere more, and the resin is to actually cure it. And the tacky glue also helps with the viscosity, so actually beads up the way that I want it to. Very difficult to show this on stream, but well, it's starting to get dark out. You guys are probably not going to notice much because my phone will autocorrect for the brightness, but for me, the lighting in my room is getting a little bit harsher, which is, you know, probably not fun for my vision, but, you know, I already wear glasses, so fuck it. Okay, go ahead and get a larger glob near the back where the actual reactor is. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at so far, which is a really nice effect. And let me go ahead and cure that right quick. Might be a little longer to cure because of the tacky glue adding the opacity, but let me double check how things are angled on stream. Let me move that a little bit. A bit trust, but it'll force me to have a proper posture. Right, there we go. Now we're actually looking at shit properly. Nope, hold on, nope, that goes over here. There we go, now it's centered. Hesitant to poke it, but I gotta poke it anyways in order to add another layer. Looks like it kinda, no, it definitely dried. Hell yeah, okay. And then I can have the edges bleed out a little bit more. I think this is gonna look sick as fuck. Right now it looks like mold spores. But, like, when it's actually painted properly, I think it's gonna look sick as hell. Is. Fuck yeah. And that dries quick, too. Alright. Just need to add a couple of dots around the back of the jetpack reactor bullshit. Because that's the thing that's actually going critical, so having more of it there would make more sense. Yeah, I am seeing an issue though that the super glue in there is drying quicker and causing, I guess, viscosity issues. I'm not entirely sure, but it should be fine for the most part as long as it levels out. There we go. Yeah, the torch on y'all's end looks really weird. Like, for me, it's a smooth gradient-ish, and I gotta be really careful because I just saw my glasses in the corner of the screen, but that didn't cure down there. Glasses falling off my face. Yeah, so the effect I'm going for is essentially like a blistering, bubbling metal as the heat inside the reactors just start slowly rising to the surface. And I think I've gotten that. Like, if you were to disregard the color, And I am gonna have to color match a fair number of things. At least the black, the green, and the navy bluish. But this is a really cool effect so far. Alright. That side is done? Question mark? It's a little spongy, but it's fine. Alright. Let me go ahead and take off the arm and just start laying in the cables underneath. And that should be easy. What I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of a bit of armature wire. Which one do I want to use? A couple of my aerial stickers are coming off their sheet, so I'm just finding them throughout the fucking bin here. But gauge should I use? Should I just use the offcuts of random bullshit? Yeah, I'm just gonna use offcuts of random bullshit. I cannot be honest in order to actually grab proper wires. And then I'm just gonna make weird little loops out of them and then tape them together. I think that's a speaker unit. Interesting. Do I have any cool plastic bits I can throw in there just for fun? No, it's an entire gun. For YouTube, I'm gonna stress it is made of plastic. Where is? And I could tear apart this little noisemaker, but like that'd be a whole endeavor, honestly. So I think I'm just gonna use a couple of offcuts of armature wire. Like maybe these white wires as well. Because I have no idea what they're from, but they're okay, and I'll use them. Another fucking aerial stickers keep coming off. Oh no, that one's my good white wire. Okay. Alright. So this one's already got super glue on it, so that's perfect. Alright. Just kind of loop them into tight coils and whatnot. This little randomly shaped bits and bobs. Is that gonna be enough? Honestly, if I were to like flatten this out so there's clearance and then kind of, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just gonna be enough. Maybe twist that one up and around, tuck it into itself. That, and then get back here, you little shit. Where did that even go? Give me just a moment, shit. Oh yeah, got it. Nope, didn't get it. Where did you go? You went further under the desk. Okay. Is there a flip option? Yeah, okay. So the orange that you are currently seeing is the post-it note that I have covering my camera. Oh, lovely. That's actually really, really good that I did that. Alright. There we go. Let's zoom in just a little bit. Alright. So everything is that, basically anything in here. This square. Yeah, don't put anything in that square. Got it. Okay, I can do that. Let me move the... There we go. Alright. This little shit went on a fucking journey. But I think that'll be enough to, like, just convey the idea that there are mechanical bits under here. You just can't really see them. Let me grab this end and fold it over. Yeah, that looks close enough, I guess. Just need to... Back in the day, I used to make a lot, and by back in the day, I mean like middle and high school, I used to make a lot of armature sculptures, where I would take armature wire and I would just weave them into freakish beasts. Robots, obviously, but like horrible, freakish robots. Which, you know, now that I think about it, my fucking robot interests have always been a thing. Like, just finding them cool. Like, in middle school, it was both... No, elementary school, it was robotics class and robotics club. Middle school, I was 2014, so that's when FNAF came out. And then high school, I don't really remember high school, to be entirely honest, but I definitely know that there was something there. I think I briefly considered joining the robotics club in high school, and then I realized how fucking sweaty it was, just like orchestra. And then, you know, the interest in, like just conceptually fascination with robots has been a thing my entire life. So, me getting into Lancer and then Gundam through Lancer really should not be a surprise to anybody. Let me go ahead and grab the arm off of here and connect that the right way. And then I need to do a whole bunch of scuffage to the side of this. Let me go stretch out my arm. I almost stabbed myself there. But like being able to track how my interest in robots has changed over time, like being something that I'll look forward. My memory is not exactly the best. I normally struggle a lot to remember things. I struggle to remember faces, names, events, entire chunks of my existence. But for the parts that I do have access to, being interested in robots to a possibly concerning degree has been a thing through all of it. Maybe not the same ways, but definitely just like the generalized sphere of wanting to go into robotics, wanting to go into engineering, coding, designing, just in general. Which is probably why I'm so spiteful about AI, but this thing that is taking just the concept of what I've always wanted to do, and instead of making the mythical better version of it, instead they've just made a fucking resource sink that steals your shit and makes you question every image on the internet. It's exhausting. It is exhausting and frustrating and just generalized, you know. Growing up, I wanted to be Iron Man. Not the whole thing of, like, having to have a reactor in your chest in order to keep metal shrapnel from entering your bloodstream, but the being able to make robots thing. Also, not the making weapons of war to massacre civilians. Definitely not that, distinctly. But the wanting to make sick-ass suits of armor, and whatnot, but having both cognitive and physical difficulties has kind of put a damper on that. I'm just yapping now because I can't think of anything else to fill the time here, but oh, for fuck's sakes. I can't say that I've given up on dreams. I've just forgotten them. Just by virtue of my existence and my memory issues, I've inevitably had dreams that I've just forgotten about. Not what I meant to do there. But a lot of them were creative. I know that for a fact. I can look through the old-ass drawings that I have on my phone and my iPad and my various cloud storages and the flash drives that I managed to find that have drawings from the middle school computer lab on them. And part of me wonders if that dead girl actually cares, or, well, would be proud of the shit that I've done. Because there's no beating around the bush about it. Like, between my memory issues and being trans, that girl's dead. She's been dead for a long ass time, at least 6 years. But I wonder if the building funny model kits and doing actual work for a mech, like a unofficial, obviously, but like a full expansion for a mech tabletop RPG, if any of that shit would pique her interest. Or if there's just nothing we have in common at all. And I don't remember enough about myself to know the answer to that question. And I think that's, funnily enough, that's kind of relevant to this. About how I'm sculpting a zombie ZAKU. The dead thing that I'm making. The pilot inside reduced to nothing but a red sludge that is dripping out of the chest. Something traumatic happened to this thing, but there is no mind that'll carry that memory. It's just gonna keep on walking until someone picks it up and fixes it. Or the excess energy in its reactor just runs out. Because it can't really do much to fix itself. Its right arm doesn't work. Its legs are foobarred. The various hydraulic fluids running through its limbs are slowly congealing without proper circulation in order to keep them moving. In a lot of different ways, this mech and I are very similar. And I think that's why I love it a little. We don't really know much about the person inside. And, well, they're not exactly around to tell us anything about themselves. Whether it be the pilot or any memory of the younger me that is bouncing around in my head that I don't have access to. Sorry to get deep on y'all. Sometimes I just do that whenever I've been streaming for a long ass time and I've been left to my own devices. Because, like, what am I supposed to do? It's either going to be me yapping and getting philosophical about dead mechs, or you guys are just going to hear filing noises for the next 15 billion years. Do you want to listen to that for the entirety? Yeah, I think I've done enough damage to the shield here. I just need to do the same to the arm. And then I gotta do the same thing with this arm. Come on. Pop out your socket, please. There we go. And the legs, obviously, and probably the top of the head too, to be honest. But the head is still tacky from super glue. Found that out just by touching it. Yeah, I'll just quickly run the raspberry quick. It's a little difficult to get some of the corners on this thing. I probably should have sanded the head before I glued it down, but it's fine. And we're just gonna leave that over there. How in the fuck am I gonna damage the bazooka? Because, like, honestly, I might just not. Alright, right, and then I need to... How am I gonna do this? Exactly, because I need to get that. Good enough, I guess. I mean, I can do a little bit of scuffage on the side of the elbow. Alright, that's fine. That's the shoulder blade's pretty much done. I mean, I could do a little bit more, but like, I feel like that's just gonna go overboard. Yeah, that's fine. That don't even need. Oh, my bones. And then the hands here, right. This one is a shield arm, so I don't really need to do that much to the upper arm here. This is where the elbow is. That's facing the wrong way. Okay, there we go. wrist hurts like a motherfucker. Bruh. Get that in frame-ish. Funnily enough, it's this wrist hurting, not this one. Which is weird. Train outside. I still have yet to figure out where that train goes by. It's somewhere in that direction. Wow, that very vague gesticulation. Somewhere in that direction. Just yet to figure out where it is. Then this one was the top half for that arm. Pardon. And yeah, with the shield there, I don't really need to do much. Like, look at that. And I could do a little bit of something there, I guess. Yep, another bullet dent. Again, I really need to get better at putting my hand into frame. But more scratching, I guess. That scratch go over the corner. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, there's only so much I can say about making a mech that looks like it's been beat to hell. Because, like, it's very easy to cross the line from, like, good to overdone. And, quite honestly, I'm not quite sure if I've crossed that line yet. Oh, no. Wait. Hold on. No. Okay, it's like that. Alright. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I was like, oh god, did I do the wrong fucking side of the arm? No, okay, we're good. And then there's that. And then hand that goes like this. Obviously I want to have the seam of the wrist here look a little bit more scuffed. Apparently, according to Dubious, this wrist here gets very loose. That's if you fiddle around with it much. If I'm just going to have it as a display piece, we should be fine. I'm hesitant to like chop off a finger. No, I'm not going to chop off a finger, but I am going to scuff up the knuckles a little. It's been trying to bash motherfuckers' faces in. Which, quite honestly, is what doing the details on this feels like. Caught it. God, the fucking camera is such a pain in the ass. There we go. Okay, can I try to zoom in a little bit more? And rotate it a with my hands here, and then, alright, so this is the, yeah, so this is the torn side, the other side is the blister side. I think that's a good way to refer to them. There we go. And then if I were to plug that in, it'd be kind of like that, I guess. Alright, so I need this across here. Just leaving a mark for myself so I can do that. Where was that? Well, okay. Somewhere in this general area I need to have a fuck ton of damage. Then random bullet hole 15 billion going here. Do not hit your hand relay. You're at strike 4. Also would hurt like a bitch. That's what the bite of that feels like. Good. Okay. Learning what it actually feels like whenever the teeth of the drill bite into the plastic. And bridge that hole, I guess. And oh, fuck it, now I could just have random wire poking out of it. Would be funny. Random wire poking out of this wound. Could do it. Not that difficult. But it wouldn't make much sense. I mean, maybe if I drape it more realistically? No. But out of this wound, yes. Maybe I can have bridging the distance. Nah. Alright. Let me get that socketed into the arm right quick. There we go. And it'd be like that. Yeah. Come on, click, you bastard. Okay, that's as good as that's gonna get, really. Then that into place. Alright, there we go. And then, oh, for fuck's sakes. You know what this is supposed to look like. Fucking shoulder socket being compatible. There we go. Alright, look at that. I like this a lot. This is amazing. Yeet. Hello, Boba. I am working on the damage to the chest plate. Right now, this area right here, I'm eventually going to paint that to look like blistering metal. I can get that to line up. Yeah, that'll be fine. Weathering the model. Look, okay, there's more do you see this pile of plastic dust right here? This has been recently cleaned. This is just from this. Oh, and a little bit of the shield. I went on a bit of a tangent while working on this one, realizing why I'm loving this model so much. Like, the person that matters inside of this machine is dead. Yeah, that's why you put the weathering in quotes, yeah. But, like, there won't ever be a clear answer as to what the fuck happened to this thing. Like, you can theorize, you can look at the damage and what's left behind, and you can squint and posit questions all you want, but the real answer you're never gonna get. No one's ever gonna really know. But whatever the case, the person that mattered to the people who made this machine is dead. I connect with that a lot. Sorry, I'm just taking a little bit of pink paint that's been diluted with airbrush thinner and putting that into the hole in the optic. I don't know if you guys can see that. A little difficult to see, but yeah. Like, Yin and I were going on about, like, the horror stories of zombie mechs, but quite honestly, I think... Sorry, wrist is hurting. I think the best part about it is the tragedy of it. Of... Everyone's afraid of the weapon for war, but... At the end of the day, what really matters is the thing inside of it. Because the weapon can be repaired. The weapon can keep going. Hell, the weapon's not dead. Look at it. It's grabbing its chest. But the thing that matters about it, the pilot, the person, the thing that might have had a family, might have believed in the cause it was fighting for, or was just roped in. Whatever the case, you're never going to get the answer. You can't exactly ask it.
The body's still here, but the mind is gone. That's what I mean to say. And I don't know, there's something about that when you have, you know, memory issues and gender dysphoria and possible plurality. Still working on that diagnosis. But whatever the case, the vibe is the same. It's the mind is dead, but the body's still there. What do you do with it? It's stumbling around, slowly dying. Reactor going critical, hydraulic fluid in the legs and the arms just congealing. Nothing to circulate it. Like, describing the body is the horror. But the reason why it's like that is the tragedy. And I like that about this model, because I vibe with that in a way that I can't really put to words. At least not succinctly. Not in a way that's palatable. But motherfucker, son of a we're okay, we're okay. Mildly inconvenienced, but otherwise okay. Eventually I'll come through with like heat shrink or something and properly insulate this, but for now resin will do. Oh yeah, Boba, by the way, the reason why I'm doing all this wiring shit is because that little red dot right there, that's an LED. I don't know if it works or not, because I don't have the means to test it. But I do have an LED in there. And I have maintained the eye's ability to pivot, somehow. The amount of fuck shit that I had to do to the inside of the head in order to get this to work. This head is filled with resin. It's got like most of the support structure obliterated. It's got no spot for the neck to clip in, which is why the neck's gone. Instead, I'm going to be using these wires, actually, along with a bunch of red cable, just leather cable, to hold it in place. And then, yeah, the backpack I'm gonna use to sandwich this wire in place. Because I'm gonna eventually snip off the little white bit at the bottom of this and then run the wire down to the base that I'm gonna build. Probably in part 3 of this stream. But that's a part for a different day. When I'm not fucking dead exhausted and like running on fumes and whatnot. I saw that earlier you said that you finished the next combat, which terrified. Put the head aside for a sec. Do need it, but not like at this current moment. Because I need to get rid of the shit inside of the neck so I can get the wires to act as the neck socket here. Wait, back here. Wait, don't turn off. Sorry, my iPad was about to turn off there. I've basically carved off the entire back of the neck here, pardon, to allow for the cables to pass through easier. Whew, I forgot that I didn't have my armrest down on that side. Now I do. Just fixing my posture so I'm not hunched over my desk like a fucking gargoyle. Alright. Get over here, buddy. And then those two cables can go there and trail down the back. And then get pinned in place by the backpack. Nope, get back here. That side's struggling to find clearance. What's going on there? Alright, just final out the center. Got it. I haven't even touched the legs, by the way. I still have to do the weathering on the right arm, but that's okay. Right. Sand that. Oh, shit, that blister popped off. It's okay. Several blisters are popping off. Okay. Well, good to know that's a little delicate. That one seems to be fine. Does mean I do need to clean up that one little area, but that's fine. You bastard. Come here. Have a square one to work here. Remember to keep doing this in frame. Motherfucker. Sorry, I accidentally pushed a leg on the stand here. There we go. You guys can see what I'm doing now, right? Good enough. Then I guess I can continue this trail here. That's probably better for clearance. Sorry, I have to dust it off a little there. Okay, that's why I moved the armrest. Then I need to, fix the legs on this a little. There we go. dust myself off a little. A little. There we go. Tinnitus, please. Not right now. Go. Alright. Bring these a little closer without bridging them. Be careful not to do that. There we go, and then pin that back here with the wire going down there. There we go. Wires like that. Backpack here. Okay, so it looks like the black wire's a little difficult right now. I need you to tuck over here, buddy. The backpack does have clearance now. Congratulations. Alright. The neck needs to get a lot of resin right around there-ish. Yeah. Real fucking difficult to get a good angle on this for y'all. Unfortunately, the way that this is attaching will paralyze the eye. I didn't check if it's in a good position or not. It's fine. It's fine. It is in a good position. Okay. Still a little delicate, but it's okay because we're going to attach the cables now. That should hopefully reinforce it. Alright, this cable was severed. Then holy shit, that looks insane. Look at that. Oh, I fuck with that so heavy. Holy shit. think that's cured? Question mark. I need to check that. Yeah, that's cured. Okay. Still gives the head a little bit of a spring to it, which allows you to move it and move the eye. All right, and then the other side, like, look at this. This is insane. Holy shit. Even without paint, even without any more proper refinement, this is insane. And like, the way that the back of the head looks, I'm gonna paint that to look like molten metal, but look at that. All the cabling. I am so happy with this so far. Holy shit. Alright, and then grab this side, that threads into that hole there. Yep. So it's gonna be a little bit of a difficult squeeze once I get the resin in, but go ahead and dip the head of this into the resin. Yep. Nope. All right. Love if my shaky ass hands would stop being shaky for a second there. Let me move that in the frame so you guys can see what I'm doing. Once I've got the cable where I want it, that is. Go into the port, please. Now, it probably would have been easier to have welded that into there before I had attached the head, but it's fine, because I can just do that. Maybe I'm not going to use resin on this one. Maybe I'm going to have to use super glue, which is okay. So I think the spot is sufficiently sanded for the super glue to adhere to both. Go in there. There we go. A little awkward, but it's fine. Now I just gotta not touch the entire half until that's cured. No idea how long that's gonna be. But that does give me time to work on the rest of it. Sorry, I was zooming so I could scoot in without you guys catching my
Chest or face. Gives me enough time to work on the legs and the arms. Alright, that arm's weathering's fine. The upper arm of this does need a little bit of work though. The elbow needs to be... If you hold your arm stiff at your side, then the part that folds, yep, is facing your chest. Okay. Let me move my magnifier, put my hand on the table, ignore how difficult it was to move my shoulder there for a sec. It's currently 4 p.m. I think the pharmacy closes at 7. I think we're gonna finish the weathering, do a little bit of a final assembly before I do paint, and then cut stream there, grab meds, and then tomorrow / later tonight, whichever I feel like, I will do the painting and the for real final assembly. That arm is done. Wow. Oh, actually no, it's not done. I'm not satisfied with that. Where did my pin vise? There it is. Don't fuck with the way that that's crisscrossed, so bullet hole dense it is. There we go. And then, again, I really do not need to worry about just how, detailed this is, because the arm is going to be, well, kind of like that, I guess. Pinned at the side. And let me grab the, yeah, there we go. Like that, essentially. Look at my screen so you guys can see it a little easier. Yeah, well, a little bit more like that. It's kind of just hanging limp. And then I'll paint the blisters tomorrow.
And then the legs are the only part that I have left to do. I got lazy with those for the most part. Except for one main modification, which is... Holy shit, I've been working for 6 fucking hours. I put an entire workday into this. Like a literal, real person workday. Jesus Christ. Okay. I have this, which is... Yeah, the super glue and the tacky glue has caused this to kind of like... almost turn into sand. That is fascinating. I think because like... one gets hot when it dries while the other doesn't. That's really cool, actually. But not what we need. So I'm gonna get that off of the stick. Grab... a little bit of resin there. Tiny dollop of the pink paint while it's still fluid. There we go. And then mix that in until it's alright, do that layer. This is for the optic of the bazooka, which is going to go on the back hip next to the tail mount. Or on the tail mount, rather. This is the only like actual painting we're going to do today. That done? Yep. Oh, done enough, I think. And then another layer. This time to basically have the slight there we go. Get off my finger, please. I might leave the legs for part 3 because my stomach is growling something fierce. Wait, no, I have another pack of Pocky in my room. I could just eat that. Then I'll get like a burger whenever I go and grab my meds. Bees trigger. Hi, Potato. I know you literally just joined and I didn't even see you type that in chat. We're operating off of the same fucking wavelength, which is burger. You're a Canadian. You don't have an excuse. You're just being strange. Alright. And look at that. Oh, that is so cute. Look at that. Oh, I am very happy about that. Yeah, I might add like a tiny little like dot of white to it whenever I do the actual full paint, which is
Not right now. Right now, I am going to grab a stick of Pocky, and I'm going to have a tiny little snack before we get back to the silly of building a zombie ZAKU. I'm obviously not going to cut stream for a tiny little snack, but I will probably mute my mic. Sorry, I'm poking this and there's a little bit of resin leaking out like a blister. Ugh. Why did I make that comparison? That's gross. Well, this is a zombie, so yeah. What
is your profile image on YouTube? Is it the fucking image not found? Or is that just my end tweaking? Is that the fucking, like, Google, sorry, we couldn't find this page. And why are you a cube? Oh, no, that's not a cube, that's a shield, because you're a mod in my chat. Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot.
I'm so sorry. But yeah. Bazooka. The little, I love that so much. That's so cute. I'm talking about a gun sight here. Banning every frequent viewer out of spite. You say that. You're not a very frequent viewer yourself. Sorry, I say that like I fucking stream often. You know what I mean. Truly American. Look, okay, I don't think the average American would call a gun cute. Cool, maybe. But like, dog, I have a job. I know. I'm giving you shit. I've been trying to get a job and no one's fucking hiring. I applied to the Dollar Tree around the corner. And I went there the other day in order to pick up, like, the modeling clay that I was going to use for the leg, but not going to. These pens, the shot glasses that I'm using to mix paint, Q-tips, various toiletries, etc. And I was talking to the person who's working the counter, and they were like, yeah, so we ended up hiring more people than we expected to, and that the entire hiring situation was a nightmare. I was actually transferred over from a store somewhere on the other end of town. And I was like, if that's what working for your company is like, I'm kind of happy they passed over my resume. But, you know, the job hunt continues, unfortunately. Let me go ahead and grab... Oh, potato. Did you see the fucking crazy ass job that I have done for the head of this thing? Because it is good. Hold on, you probably haven't seen yet. Hold on, no, it's almost done. Dude. So, first off, I've already put down the glue that I'm going to paint over for it, but I'm going to be adding a heat blister effect to the upper right shoulder because the reactor on this thing is cored out, which you also haven't seen because the head and the chest are not connected. But the paint on that has yet to be painted, so it looks a little strange right now, but it will look better when I get to painting it, which will probably be tomorrow, to be honest. Give me just a sec. Sorry to build anticipation. I just have to glue the final piece here. What am I doing this off screen for? I'm literally streaming this for a reason. Can I get you into place here? I need to remind you that this is a high grade. So I
It did not come with any circuitry. However, I found a pack of LEDs in my soldering kit. Because I originally was going to burn the plastic in order to get the melted metal effect. But then I remembered I could just put glue on top and save my lungs. Because I've already obliterated my lungs with plastic dust. But alrighty, let me go ahead and do another quick assembly right quick. Yes, quick assembly right quick. You know what I mean. Like just a assembly so you can see what's going on so far. The arms I have sanded a little. I'm going to bet my lungs are worse. Yeah, because you do this shit on the regular. But the current work in progress, holy shit, is this. Dude, look at this. Yeah. And then the back of the neck looks like that. You guys see that on stream? And like these little bumps are gonna be painted to look like heat blisters. And then this cable I have threaded up into the eye, which still maintains a little bit of its range of motion, but only a little. I don't know if this LED works, but if it doesn't, then This cable is eventually going to go down to the base. I'm gonna nip this off and extend it. Go down to the base, but I'm also gonna put a bunch of bullshit on the area that it has its hand there, but then dude, I was gonna make it. Yeah, I know it looks weird right now, but the paint will make it look better. Get over here. But yeah, this is insane right now. Question. Yeah, what's up? What's the question? Rock Builder Brain is going off. You like my notes on what I see so far? No, dude, I 100% want to hear what you're thinking right now, because this shit is awesome to my brain. I am curious as to what your notes are, as someone who actually knows what the fuck they're doing. I'd assume more than I do. Metallics underneath. Yeah. 100%. I'm going to, whenever I get to the painting phase, there's 100% all of the guts and whatnot that I've exposed, in there. That's getting a metallic gray dry brush, as well for the back of the neck. The inside of the thrusters are getting a glow effect. All the joints are getting that same metallic gray dry brush, which is why I haven't glued 100% of things. The only things that I've glued are parts of the head and the arm, because, that's a kit mesh. The blaster dents, yeah, 100%. I'm not doing the paints today. Scratches the edge of my suggested toothpick. Oh, yeah, I could probably find one of those. Or, I have this scuffed ass brush that I've had for a fucking age and a half. And then I also have various knives and points and things.
I have plenty of pointy things to paint with, and none of them I particularly care about how pointy they stay, because they will stay pointy enough. The fuck is that? That is a paintbrush that my sister, ages ago, chopped off 90% of the bristles. The bottom bit, the only reason why they're still there is because it is held together by years of built-up paint and glue. This is my resin brush, or one of my 2 resin brushes. The other one is an old fucking Crayola watercolor brush that has just been absolutely obliterated with resin and clear coat and things like that. And then I also, I haven't taken out any of my good brushes for this. And then I also have these 4, which still maintain a bit of bristle to them. This one was actually part of one of those, plaster archaeology kits. You know, just a rock full of plaster that has a couple dinosaur bones in it. They give you a chisel and a brush, and they just tell you to go ham at it. Yeah. It's covered in gold because I used it to paint something in high school theater, ? I genuinely can't remember. But none of my good brushes are out. Those are all in the bin. Also, question, Potato. So, you've seen the drawing that this is based on, right? I was wondering, do I add this coil of wires here in addition to the gore that I'm eventually going to paint, or do I just leave it blank? Because, I feel like there'd be a lot here. But, yeah. Also, I don't know. Do these tubes contain air, or do they contain wires? Because if they contain wires, I've hollowed out the ends of them, and I can add wires to them. I think it's wires, okay. Yeah, as I said, I made these shoulder sockets very loose for reassembly purposes. I also really love the scratches and dents that I've done. I actually had to file one of the points on the shoulder spikes flat. I'm pretty sure in the opening episodes of 79, Amuro takes a beam saber to the head hose of a ZAKU. I don't remember if it was a ZAKU 1 or a ZAKU 2. Does ZAKU 1 even have the tubes on the side of the head? No, they don't. Okay, so it was a ZAKU 2. And it blinded it. But I think there was fluid inside? I cannot remember. But I don't know about the ones on the hips. It'd be funny if these things are fucking liquid cooled. Go ahead and grab the green paint that I need, as well as teal paint. That is the ripe avocado and leafy greens color. Fucking hell, why can't you name your paints normal colors? I mean, it's better than the fucking, color system that Copic uses, or used, I don't know if they still use it, or it's just a bunch of fucking numbers. Is it better than that? No, not really. Yeah, I'm also going to dry brush the bazooka with the same metallic. But I am going to have to mask off the pink, I just realized. It's fine. Right, I grabbed those because the only painting that I'm really going to do today are the ones for the heat effects, or at least the base of the heat effects. Large bit, any smaller or different size ones? Yeah, this bit Mech will have lots. Yeah, I know The problem is the smallest gauge of armature wire that I have is about the same thickness, as you can see. And then, like, if I grab these telephone wires, they're about the same thickness. Well, okay, maybe it's a little bit smaller, but yeah. I mean, what I could do is take, where is that? Okay. Yeah, no, actually, no, I can do that 100%. I can just take a little bit of this and just make a quick bundle of it. Give me a sec. Didn't nick myself. Didn't count for the counter. Let go of my shirt, you jackass. Like, it's a very thin wire. So what I can do is just kind of... Where did I put my... There's my spinny. Okay, come here. Do I have a thin point? Yes, I do. Kind of like loop that around. Guys, this is probably super out of frame. Nope, that's in frame. Hell yeah. I gotta look at my phone real quick. And then pinch this. Loop this around. I'm just gonna use my teeth in order to pinch that, to be entirely honest. And then do that. Pinch that. And then that's a quick bundle of 4. And if I were to loop it around once more, then tighten it off at the top. What I've done right here is, I learned this in middle school when I made, and this is super cringe, but a shit ton of like little FNAF animatronic clay sculptures. Was if I do this and then kind of flatten this out a little and then nip the end, if I can do that without fucking getting wires everywhere. Over here. Over here, I said. There. Separate it out, and we have a little bundle of wires right here. Or nails, if you look at the points of them. Damn. Anyways, yeah, just a whole bunch of little wires. Could do that and then vary the lengths of them and whatnot and just have that poking out somewhere. So I need to clean up the bend on this. Again, obliterating myself or... Yeah, no, the fucking finger killer, dude. I have a counter going for the amount of times that I have nearly or actually drawn blood on this project. Yesterday I got to 4. Today we are also at 4. If I get to 5, I have to do a face reveal. Which is how I'm keeping myself from being particularly stupid. But yeah, the gold marks are from yesterday, the blue marks are from today. You've done, dude, text did nothing. Guys, did it work? Yeah, no, sorry, hold on a second. Let me...
Hello. This is I can't even hold it up to the camera to focus because I'm too busy giggling stupid. Holding up the stupid fucking Muto that I got. I got that in a bookstore in Seattle, I think? I don't fucking remember. There's a guy who gets asking. Okay, but like, Godzilla's some stiff fucking competition, okay? You know, I was contemplating going and grabbing the plushies off my bed and just putting that up to the camera, but I was like, man, I'm not getting up from my chair. I mean, there's that. Could do that. But again, there's the issue of, like, there's gonna be... Well, I could paint them different colors. Showing the Godzilla work? Oh, you have not shown me yet. Looks like radial area. Yeah, because it's so shiny. If I were to paint those, I could try to, like, tuck them into here somewhere. No, they're too small for that. But maybe in the leg, which I still have to do. I forgot I was going to grab a snack. I have a box of Pocky in my room that I wanted to grab and eat that while talking to chat. Give my hands a break because they hurt like a bitch. And then I have the colors. I check Discord. Hold on a moment. Over here. Yo! So I see the message in regards to the fucking heat marks. I understand. It's the reason why I grabbed the paint there, and we'll be fixing it in just a moment. I almost just drank hand sanitizer. Holy fuck. He seems ready to get faded now, to be honest. Fuck. I'm not. By the way, today we do not have Pocky. Instead, no, we have whatever this is. Off-brand Pocky. I don't fucking know, dude. I got this from the corner store. It was like $1.50. Which, you know, expensive, but cheaper than the actual box of the Pocky, so take what I can get. And by the way, they are all melted together, so it is just fucking wad. So I have to bite all of them at once. It's horrific. No.
So, I thought, wait, I forgot that weed is legal in Canada. And then it goes, how did you forget? It's like their one personality trait. Dude! It's rude. And then again, we also had the burger joke earlier, so like, meh. That and like viscerally racist. I think I met like 3 Canadians who weren't racist. It's you, Noodle, and Saxter. Were there any other folks in Scrat Gang or RT7 who were Canadian? Because I deadass don't remember. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, so Potato, remember when we were in VC and the point that I forgot that you were Chinese came up? Yeah, that's not a against you thing, that is a general thing. I only remember time zones vaguely, sometimes. And that's not me being racist. That's just, it's not particularly relevant to how I interact with you. It does not color how I change. Like, that does not color how I interact with anybody. I don't even remember what Tommy's response was. I was freaking out and apologizing. I know Shade has it clipped, but I feel like you cut off, like, right at the start of the conversation. No, I can't watch anything with audio right now, or else it'd show up on stream. Sure. Alright. The pocky brick has been consumed. I'm not entirely sure how much of what I ate was plastic or not, but we're good. Alright. So, the good thing about fucking up the
the hard plastic skirt while I was cutting it off of the runners. Is that I can test colors on it. Don't explode, don't explode, don't explode. Okay, you didn't explode. Good. Oh, that is a very nice color, bluish green. I like that. Is that actually close to what we need? No, it needs to be more blue. It is kind of close, actually. Come here. Wait, there we go. Nope, that one hasn't been open either. Don't explode, don't explode, don't explode. You're even gonna open it all? Okay, you are. Good. Bray! Now I already got paint on my finger. Yeah, didn't it? But yeah, no. No, sorry, I was just checking if you had said something. You didn't. Hey, work me here. Now, green. This is a very nice color of green, though. I do like that color of green. I have tweezers. What am I doing? Suffering is the answer, apparently. Green. Just too much fucking green, man. No. No. Sorry. A horrific joke that I will have to tell you later. Mother... I've been working on my internal communication with myself, right? The problem about that is apparently certain parts of my brain have horrific humor. Probably would be a fucking blast in VC. Unfortunately, not on stream. Not anywhere important. I'm not say that like VC is not important, but you know what I mean. Okay, you have been opened. Okay. The tiny little pittance of paint. I hate that. We're not describing it like that. You're not wrong, but that's wrong. Fucking. Box of Q-tips. Then the little sheet that I have here while I was trying to test pens that I'm going to use for panel lining. So, base green. Then the base blue is also a very nice color. I like these colors. Like the blues are pretty, the greens are pretty. I'm very biased because those are like my colors. No, it needs to be slightly more grayish blue. Okay. So if I take these two and mix them, maybe? Sorry, you guys can't really see what I'm doing here. Hand. Yeah, so what I'm looking at here is hand. The problem about being right-handed and having to keep your camera on your right side is that there's just going to be a lot of this and not a lot of, like, this, you know? But, right, I need this color blue, and then, what, slightly more, yeah, slightly more blue than green. Crashed my hand somehow. Here, okay, apparently, stream's going. Okay. For some reason my iPad DC'd for a sec there. Okay, that blue is very overwhelming. So I need more of the gray there. I say gray, like it's not gray blue. You see this? Like, okay, so the color that I'm trying to match is the backpack here. Which, not yet. Thinking maybe that blue plus just, like, black with a slate gray that I have, maybe? Get. I was originally doing that to get rid of the color, but now I like the pattern. And there's paint on my hand already. Itchy. Oh, am I allergic to that paint? Ooh, that's something interesting. Okay, I'm gonna keep these parts over here because those are good. The legs, it'll weather in a minute. I really just want to get I'm gonna get that frog out of my throat, but I want to get the what's it fucking called? The glue that I'm using for the blister effect to be not sus looking. Let me grab my colors without accidentally getting blue on screen. Alright. Damn. That shit is not coming loose. Okay, good to know that the chalk paint has been fucking hermetically sealed. A goddamn notebook jar. Got it. And non-explosively. We love to see it. Okay. So this paint is yellow. Fuck. Sorry, looking at the... So grays always have an undercolor, right? Even if you're working with flat, quote-unquote, flat black and flat white, which isn't real, you're always going to end up with an undercolor. This gray is a warm gray, which is problematic because we're trying to match a cool color. Yeah, color theory. Dude. So, why did I use my finger for that? I have Q-tips. Sorry, I dipped my finger in the paint and I immediately regretted it. Anyways, see, this, yeah, no, it's a warm gray. And we need a cool gray. Fuck. Oh, that's fine. Finger's the other way. No, it's not. I literally just use a Q-tip. So put some blue in the gray. Why did I not think of that? Come here, fucker. So this paint I got at a secondhand store. So... like, I hope you heard, like, the sigh of exasperation there. It's like, why did I not think of that? But I got this paint at a secondhand store. So, it's a little bit scuffed. It was like an art trade store, right? Where you go in, you trade your old materials, and you can trade them for new shit. And I really love that. My mom actually found an outdoorsy store that did that with old camping supplies. And I got a really good knife, like a $60 knife for $15. I'm obviously not going to pull it on stream, but... like, you understand. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and grab our blue from the palette. I might have added a bit too much gray to that, but it's okay. Alright, we are approaching marginally the color that we need. I want to see if I can bind some TSA. I follow a blog on Tumblr called Shifty Thrifting, where people will just submit, like, screenshots or, like, photos of shit that they've seen at, like, secondhand stores or on, like, Facebook Marketplace and whatnot. And one that was recently sent in was a guy just selling photos of... no, not selling photos. Selling, like, photos of a guy selling a bunch of, like, confiscated bottle openers from TSA. One... I didn't know that bottle openers were something that they actually fucking confiscated, so I would have ended up on that guy's page if I had brought one. But, one, A, I'm allergic to alcohol, so I don't know why I would be bringing a bottle opener on a plane. I thought I had 0.2, so now 1A is just now brought up to 0.2. You know what I meant. You can see this, right? Like, this has been off screen this entire fucking time. But whimsical rocks type of shit. What do you mean, whimsical rocks? What is whimsical rocks? This is a reference that I do not know. This is almost too green, actually. So I might need to use the lighter blue and the gray. Is this the right color? Decidedly not. You know, that's far too much green. Check Discord again. So the whimsical rock crack cocaine. No! It's worse. It's worse. For context, stream, it was a bunch of just rocks that had like dentures put into them. And yes, I believe that was actually picked up off of Shifty Thrifting. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the gray here. The kind of I take a little bit of that and mix that in. Did that give me the right color? There's not enough blue. Shit. The gray is very overwhelming, so it's kind of difficult to get it, but distinctly not far too bright. Like, these are nice colors. Unfortunately, they're not the colors I need. How do I go about this? Because this blue mixed with this green is almost there. Almost there. Actually, no, not even fucking close. My bad. Throw some black. Yeah, the problem is I need... Yeah, because black is a blue color. Yeah, this is fresh pavement black. So, if it's asphalt colored, then it's got a little bit of blue in it. Unless it's just Target being too flowery with its color words. You know, the palette knife. You understand. That looks like we're getting closer. Still a bit too much green, but we are decidedly getting closer. Which means
piece of resin on my shirt. I don't even know where that came from. Still too much green. What the shit? That is still too green. Okay, I'm gonna get another sheet of paper. Give me a second. I'm holding my palette knife with my teeth so I can use both of my hands. Oh, my entire hand is tingled. Oh boy, buddy, why? It's not even raining out. Remember to stretch, chat. I've been going for 7 fucking hours at least. 7.5 hours. Sorry, correction. Alright, right, so black plus the blue-green gives us I swear I keep seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, but I don't. That color, which is too dark. But if I were to take the light blue, mix that in. We are approaching the color that we need, vaguely. So let's try vaguely approaching. Wait, oh my god, hold on. No, not enough blue. Very close, but not enough blue. So let's just do jet black and sky blue. Let's try that. This is why I was going to save the painting for next stream, because I have to do this for every single color on the body. I'm only doing this because that looks weird.
You guys can see this, right? For the most part. Yeah, for the most part. Not really, actually. Well, kind of. A little. It's not still too fucking green. Okay. Chat, I might be smoking a little. Cyan, magenta, yellow, key. I have cyan, which is what this is. I have closest to magenta as I could get. And I have yellow inside of that box. I'm thinking that if we want to move away from green, we take the one color that isn't in green. Because green is blue and yellow. We take red instead and see if that works. I'm probably just tweaking a little, but there's a possibility this works. Faint, but there's a possibility. Oh, where did I put the blue? The blue's right here. There's the blue. Turquoise. Yeah. So, the... Let me go and double check what's going on over here. My neck. Ow. Alright. This is either going to make brown, or it's going to give us the exact color we're looking for. No fucking way. Hold on, chat. What is this fucking sorcery? Have we found the recipe for ZAKU Backpack Blue? If we add a little bit of white to it, we might have just found it. We might have just found it. Oh my god. Tiniest little bit of white paint. That's probably enough. Probably more than enough, actually, but we'll find out in just a sec. is that our recipe for ZAKU backpack blue? Close enough. Holy shit. We did it. We did it. Woo! We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. That is close enough for our purposes. We did it. Alrighty. Potato, your call to add in more black was amazing. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. Okay. It's very slightly not blue enough, but if you blend it with your finger. Art school paying off, let's go! Yeah, but how's paying off art school? Sorry! Didn't mean to get too real there for a second. Shush! I am so sorry. Alright, so the very, very tiny bit blue. Alright. And that was all that I really needed it for, was to do those two blisters on the shoulder and then a little bit of filling in gaps on the backpack. All of that agony for like less than a cubic centimeter of areas I needed to paint. All right. There we go. And the reason why I'm not too stressed, oh, I just realized I was out of frame. The reason why I'm not too stressed about it not being perfect is because next we need to find another color. We need to find, actually, hold on a sec, I gotta get one of this here. Well, that is perfect for the breastplate color. Holy shit. And the reason why I'm not too miffed about it not being exactly perfect is because it doesn't have to be. It just needs to be good enough for a base that we can do the melting effects over. And I think we can probably get a good color for this green by just adding in green. Yeah, the paint will dry slightly darker. Yeah. Yep. We have gotten our ZAKU green. There we go. Hoping this is not in frame. Okay. Minorly molding. Dude, this looks insane. Like, Look at that. Bit difficult for y'all to see, but like, that's sick as hell. Look at that. Dude. Yeah, and then I just need to do the bleed-in effects, which I can definitely do now that we have the colors that we need, because the colors for the seared metal is going to be alright. So, the book says that the armor of a ZAKU is made with a quote-unquote super strong steel alloy, which doesn't really give us that much information. But might be just enough for me to vaguely... Yeah, space metal. Exactly. Just space metal. But it's really hard for you guys to see, because it's kind of hard for me to see. But essentially, what I'm doing is I'm mixing a bit of a rusty brown color into the ZAKU backpack blue. And eventually gonna put it into the armor plate green, but that will give me a base layer for me to do the melting effects on. Like that. Oh, that's out of frame. Like that. And then I'll add a bit of red and then eventually yellow and white or to get the heat effect that I want. Trying to keep this in frame for y'all. But it is not easy. That looks sick as hell. Do a little bit more of the base backpack blue over the edges of that to help tie it in a little better. Alright. Yeah, the head does still have a little bit of flexibility, which is amazing. And then we're good. And wash off the brush without splashing water all over my workstation, preferably. And then a bit of the brown, bit of the rusty red that I have. I can probably also use a bit of the backpack blue as well. Then very faintly Like, look at that. And the breastplate's a little difficult for you guys to see because of the light, but... Folks, I might need to go nap. Just don't absolutely mind eating the replacement plates by you. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, no, go take a nap. Please do not eat your knife. What did you think they were? Chips? They were still in the case. Okay, that's good. But, like, what was your sleepy brain's thought process there? If it even had one. The Cliff Bar. Cliff Bar. Now I'm just picturing, like... Okay, my brain still pictures, like, the visage for you being that shitty-ass EXO design that I did, like, 3 years ago now. I'm just picturing that, looking at, like, a box of razor blades and just going, Cliff Bar. It's in front, yeah. Yeah, and the ZAKUs explode into pink, right? So, I think... Wow. Great job, Relay. I just got paint all over my fucking desk. Using pink as the highlight instead of yellow actually might be a cool idea. Let me grab a bit of green, mix it into the ZAKU background blue. Let me make the color that I used for the chest plate again. Is that dried out? Bit of the rusty brown there. This is kind of difficult to see because right now they're all shiny. But once it dries matte, it should be easier to see that. Bang! Keep accidentally wiping my brush on my mat instead of my... Well, okay, look, it's better than my table. Still. Alright, and then the bright red, which kind of goes in the high center of all the brown dots here. Alright, and then finally for all of them a mix of the red and the pink, and then eventually the high pink. So can I just go straight to the pink? Ugh, that's a dangerous gambit. But maybe? Quite possibly. The paint wouldn't peel off. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere here. Bring that up here. Look at that. The reactor just blistering through. And yeah, I see what you mean by it, like, drying darker. But... this looks really good. And then... the bubbles on the back and on the chest plate. Wow. My neck, motherfucker, son of a bitch. Okay, and then I think the paint that I have in the airbrush cup is for the most part dry. It's an airbrush cup, like the one with the airbrush thinner in it. I mean, pretty much dry, which means that I can take the stick that I had with it. And yeah, use the X-Acto knife and then order to cut that at an angle into what is essentially a toothpick. Side. There we go. Itty bitty. And take the wood scraps. Barbie wood chipper moment. Put that in there. Put the cap back on the knife. The sharpened stick and the tiniest little dot of pink. That I blend in. Yeah, and then I'll add like a tiny dot of white as well, just to be the glow. Tip of the toothpick is coming off. Toothpick, it's a sharpened wooden dowel. You know what I mean. I can hear it very gently raining outside. I'd also just process that by holding the ZAKU that close to my chest, you guys weren't fucking seeing it. And then I need to go around the edges with that rusty red again. But I could probably dilute it a little with airbrush thinner, honestly. Grab that. I said this earlier in the stream, this shit has a very unfortunate consistency and color to it. But, do I have an eyedropper? Yeah, I do, okay. Not gonna talk about that. Alright, I need a thinner eyedropper. Did I leave one out for myself? I swear that I did. Somewhere around here, somewhere. Yeah, somewhere around here, somewhere. Great job, Relay. Ah, there you are, you little bitch. Okay, this has got blue in it, but fine. It is not fine. There's a slight bit of black that I accidentally introduced. But it's fine. Because I can't even notice. Alright. So. I'll put that inside of my resin jar. Whoops. Fine. Okay, so, as I said, unfortunate color inconsistency. Fine though. Because I just need it for two things. Like that. Send it to the edge. All right. Now I grabbed a Q-tip again. I'm going to do this level of detail on the entire fucking Mech. Or else this entire area is just going to look weird. I mean, I think if I just do, like, the rustiest red over certain areas, it should be fine. Alright. Wipe off most of that. I think that's in frame for the most part. Then a bit of water. Lift and move that. Really should have done this before I put the head on, but it's fine. Alright, there's that part done, and now I just need to do the same to this plate here. Unless it's a weather helicopter, those motherfuckers should not be flying right now because it is raining out. Yeah. Alright, I think that's good enough, I think. Yep, and then I'm gonna plug that in. Oh yeah, look at that. That is amazing, and I love it. I love it a lot. My horrible, evil zombie mech. And then this, well, while I have the reddish brown and the airbrush thinner, just need to mix more red into it, honestly. With that note, you probably know what I'm trying to do here. Mostly this entire tray can kind of just get blended together. Kind of like a gross sludge, which is kind of what happens, you know, when you depressurize a cockpit. It's too much of a bright pink. I mean, there was, and I'm remembering this from, I don't remember if I've read it or heard it, but, like, heard it in, like, an audiobook, but, like, there was this one deep sea mining rig that had a depressurization incident whenever its people were brought back up to the surface. Or not deep sea mining rig. It was like maintenance on an oil rig where they had to send these guys down in a pod and then bring them up very, very slowly, or else they get the bends. And the pod was pressurized so that even down in the depths of the ocean, they would have oxygen. Well, due to a myriad of factors that I cannot remember off the top of my head, but were definitely present, the, unfortunately, final depressurization of this crew went awry. The outside door was not properly sealed when the inside door started to open. And, well, specifically, the part of this description that I'm remembering is the fact that one of the folks who were on deck and was just shy of the splash zone described material as almost like raw bacon, which is disgusting. And then I think that's a good enough color. And then, because it'll be lightened whenever I add this, which will be for the consistency. Yeah, no, I added airbrush thinner, it's fine. Essentially, right now what I'm trying to do is get the color down, which color I'm going for is kind of like a grizzly maroon color, but it's too pink right now. Sorry, trying to rinse the paint out of this tube. This is my good syringe. I don't know why I'm using it. It's a good syringe, like the bottom of it isn't fucking sharp as hell glass. It's my only glass syringe, that's what I mean. But if I rinse out this tube, which I think I last used for ink, and blue ink at that, which is me, unfortunate, and then siphon some of this into this other tray. I can get it to pool in the corner here. This is going to sound weird for a minute. This color mixing is a pain in the ass. So I have a stark crimson airbrush paint, which I'm going to try and mix into this pinkish red, and hopefully that'll help stabilize the color, question mark. I'm gonna need to change out the water inside of this cup though. Like, this is a very bloody red. And I used this for the guts of the Pegasus, so I know for a fact that it can get that color. I think I used it as a wash is the thing. I'm still getting a lot of pink in it, which, it's fine. And I'm mixing a lot of paint, I just realized, for a very small amount of a splatter. And honestly, I should wait until I do the rest of the body in order to have proper physics of it. So, I mean, yeah, that's about the color that I want. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good color red. Problem, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to use. Well, actually no, that seems to flow pretty well on its own, which is nice. Now, if my sister hadn't fucked up my entire makeup bag, I would have just used the fake blood that I had. But, you know, last October, I wasn't at the house, and she and her friends found it, and they just tore it to shreds. I talk like they're a pack of wild dogs, but they might as well be.
love her, but god damn is she infuriating. Right. I think... because everything hurts. I'm going to do the weathering on the legs, and I'm going to call it. Because we have been going for 8 hours. Jesus Christ. This has been 8 hours of weathering, excessive weathering, paint testing, etc., etc. It has just been a fucking clusterfuck. I mean, I've had fun, don't get me wrong, but damn. This is exhausting. Alright. Let me pick up my brush and wipe it off a little. Where did I put... okay, there they are. I was like, where did I put my other brushes? The answer is over there by the arm and the legs. Then those go there. This goes back in its holder over there. This can go here. Motherfucker, son of a bitch. Yes, like, this is a very good gory red, and I love it for that. Unfortunately, it does need a little bit of processing if you have to, well, you need to consider, because, like, unfortunately, whenever someone gets liquefied, it's more than just the blood. Absorb most. Okay, I'm going to try and absorb most of the water with this, which is not really going to work, I notice. Take these cups, and I'm going to throw them out, and I will be right back. Actually, I'm also going to throw this out, and I'm going to wash out my color palette tray. Now that I know what I need for tomorrow, and I know how to make it. Do not spill. Do not spill.
Go ahead and get all the paints moved aside. I'm gonna go ahead and flip the camera and mute myself for a sec. I return. Give me just a moment. My phone is very warm. Alright. So, the last part are the legs. The arms have been thoroughly weathered. The legs have been thoroughly weathered. Sorry. The chest has been. The legs have been. Okay. Third time's the charm. Chest and arms. Legs still need work. There we go. Alright. And I'm going to leave the limbs unglued for now so I can paint them later. This is our current progress. It's just the legs. The legs have a couple of major issues. Or, I say issues. In the drawing, they are having major issues. IRL, we are just going to be making them look like the drawing. So, first off, this tube needs to be severed about here. Which hurt me to do, emotionally. But it needed to happen because that's what it looks like in the drawing. There's also a fair amount of damage to that area, so oh well. Go ahead and tap the hole for the drill bit. I'm already covered in dust. Okay. Just making sure my hand is in frame. Is it? Yeah, okay, we're good. Center frame. Fuck my shoulder. God damn it, son of a bitch. Okay, I'm just hurting a little. But we're in the home stretch here. I don't want this. I'm going to have first food. And then probably sleep. No, hold on a second. It's 5 p.m. I need to get food and then head to the pharmacy in order to grab my meds. I'm actually going to write that on my hand. 7.5. Yeah. There we go. Just a little reminder. That's the wrong gauge. Probably 2 smaller, 3 smaller. And I gotta bore out the other side too. So I gotta grab that out of there. Work me here, please. There we go. So the reason why I'm in pain is probably because I'm bracing my right hand strength against my left hand's not strength. I'm almost exclusively right-handed. Except weirdly enough for bows, I'm pretty sure. Like archery. Though I haven't done archery in literal years, so I cannot remember exactly if that is the case. Alright. That one, which is the bottom tube, is now bored out, which, okay, it's fine. Well, I guess I'll have wires hanging from it, I guess. Then, top tube. Which is also now bored out, I'm pretty sure it feels like. Yeah, or at least deep enough for anything to happen, for anything to use it. You know what I mean. This leg's fine for the most part. of scuffage that I want to do, but other than that, it's fine. And then if I tuck that in there, then the leg tubes being severed is basically like that. I wish that this tube had more of a drape to it, I guess. Well, both of them, honestly, but like, meh. They're pre-molded like that, so it's fine. I can't really do much about it. Right. I need to tear up the leg here. So, get out of there. Easier for me to shake them out than anything. Take off the calf plate and the knee plate if I am able. Without fucking cracking my nail. There we go. Then the 2 thigh plates. Oh, hold on, let me take off the foot, the ankle plate. Leave the calf plate for the most part. Wow. Cracked my nail. Only a little bit though, so we're fine. Also, I'm counting how many times I've nearly cut my finger with a knife, not cracking my nails. That is an entirely different counter. Alright, can you... Wow, okay, that leg has a lot of flexibility. Damn. Look at that. You know, not what I really care about right now. I care about getting the leg open, please. Do I have a pry bar of any kind? Damn. Could use these tweezers and try to push it apart like that, I guess. Okay, it's kind of working a little. Okay, yep, that's working. I just gotta, come on, work with me here, please. Because one side is definitely more torn to shit, as you can see, than the other. Let me, just watching my stream here. And then the boots are for the most part fine. So the standard weathering treatment for them. Honestly, I might not actually need to separate these 2 halves. If I can just kind of... I have a pen that I can kind of outline this with. Like... Let me go and get that reconnected. The knee inside is like right along here. So I just need to crack this part off. And this will wipe off fine, so. I just need this section here gone. Which I could definitely do. Like that. Where can I even go? That shit went into the ether. I'll be finding plastic bits over at my desk for a week. Alright, and luckily, since the legs are almost entirely supported by the endoskeleton, I can do this. Didn't nick myself, we're good. For basically the entire leg. And show the inside, which is really pretty. Let me take off this knee plate here. Because that definitely would have come off with this level of damage. Breathe, relay, breathe. How's chat doing? Chat seems to be chilling for the most part. Oh, now you decided to crack open? Bruh. Okay. Well, I'll take it, I guess. I just gotta get the other side open. There we go. Crack that motherfucker open like a crab. Come here, you crustacean. You crustacean. Lovely, lovely insults we're coming up with tonight. If I do manage to break this, which seems like I didn't. If I did manage to break that, then I'll just glue it. Because the legs are going to get glued anyways, because the ankles need to rotate a certain way that this is not conducive to doing. So, alright. Yeah, there's a spot here that we're going to have to guess. Lose a support for, I guess. That landed on the ground. Somewhere. I think. Yeah, it did. I'll be running the vacuum. Just seeing if I can spot it, which I can't. Yeah, no, chat's still quiet. Okay. Yeah, so that entire chunk there. If I can crack this open a bit. And then crack that off. Yeah, as long as I keep the center covered, which I should be able to do, then any of this damage is ultimately inconsequential. Alright, there we go. Now we grab the files. Triangle file, my beloved. And we just get this on. And this one right here. Alright, and then post here needs to get clipped away. I don't know, maybe I'll just put the fucking tangle of wires there. That would be really funny, actually. And it would cover up that gap. So yeah, I'm actually going to do the tangle of wires. Because if I do... this is going to be this big ass gap here, so I can just put this here. Yep. That's exactly what we're going to do, if I can get that attached. Go ahead and take out the posts here as well. Because the posts I don't really need because they're connected via the post in the center. And then that goes here. This half goes here. Yep, and then I just need to carve that away, and then I'll fill that with, actually, our first bit of clay, which is going to be interesting. I know that I used the, do I want to use clay or do I want to use the dowels? I think the dowels wrapped in wire would be more interesting. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to wrap a couple of dowels in wire. Do I have any leftovers? I got that one there. Got that one there. Any more? Not that I can see. Okay. I think that's all I really need. And then if that's there, then yeah, I just need to scuff up this side a little right quick. From square rasp. That one takes out larger chunks. Makes it more uneven. And a lot of this I don't really need to worry about covering because it's going to be covered up by the skirt. So, but the channel for the tube does need to get fucked up a fair bit. And then just take this and sand that flat. It's taking more off of the board than anything, really. Go. Again, a lot of this weird shit's gonna get covered up by the skirt. Cliff bar. Why? And then this is for the nope. So yeah, that goes on the thigh like that. Yeah. Okay, so the if you would come undone, please. Thank you. This socket right here is the tube socket. Fucking that heavy. Some good fucking damage. If insert flex seal, that's a lot of damage. And yeah, I got like that. I think I can just use the angled ones to just rip this clean off. Not beautiful night pieces is gone. Reference. Horrible reference. Horrible foul reference. It's from Tumblr, so that's how you know it's bad. Alright, alright, there's that. There's these, if I can get that lined up, please. There we go. And then fucking animatronic ass. Nah. Not doing withered ZAKU. Oh, kind of are, but like not like that. Get off of there, you jackass. Come here. Alrighty. Whew. That's a sharp one. If that had decided to launch itself into my finger, that probably would have splintered. Luckily, it didn't. So we're fine. Alright. How do I want to go about attaching this, honestly? I think I might just make two of them, wrap them around the legs with a bit of wire. Then yeah, that's just what I'm gonna do. Sand them round so I don't fucking impale myself with a splinter. That would just kind of suck. Alright. Almost missed a side.
to take a length of wire, whichever one I'm genuinely not particularly picky. Kind of want to use this one though. Not picky, wants to use one. Alright. Is that on screen? Yeah, close enough. Then line that up there. Now, need to double check that this is going to clear. Doesn't look like it will, no. Okay. So, glad that didn't stick much, or for that matter, cure much. So, we are gonna have to go for the stupid fucking withered ZAKU route with the wires. Unless I were to put it on that side, maybe? But that side's probably not gonna have much clearance either. No, because that's where the tube goes. Okay, yeah, so the wires are gonna have to be done. Alright, I could get this to leave the bottle. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna put singular red wire as well, just for diversity.
We are nearly 9 hours into this.
Alright. You did not get attached in the slightest. You, however, are nice and solid. Lovely. You're not going to stay attached. So possibly hook it under the wires. Singular dollop resin right there, just to get that connected. There's a torch. This is just a thought, by the way. We still have the calf and the entire other leg to do, plus the feet. Now you see why this took a fucking age and a half. Why my phone is probably dangerously warm. Alright.
That wire is not going to go anywhere, luckily. Right, now, just need to fuck up this leg a little. Well, it won't require much, to be entirely honest. Didn't mean to bop that. All right. Okay, good enough. And then the lower leg does need to bend a little. So I can get that in place. Back there. There we go. Oh, that looks sick. And then clip this here for a moment, just so I can continue the damage across parts that would be continuously damaged. I really should have weighed this thing before I started doing all this, so I could see how much I took off in just dust and random plastic. Alright, and then let me go ahead and take off the front plate here. Put the heel on the chopping block. Yeah, this side's really not going to get seen much, so I can kind of be a little lazy with it. Yeah, that's honestly good enough for a part that's going to be at the back. And has been causing me grief anyways. Is that where that goes? Yeah, okay. Then that connects to there, that goes to there. I don't fucking know, just random chunk here. Flatten this out a little. That was a mistake. Then, yeah, that's a leg. this a little. I don't know. What? Come here. Get out of there. You bastard. Okay. Fine. Don't move. And then I can just be lazy, honestly, with the rest of the damage. Come here. Yep, and then... Yep, that's a good looking leg right there. Let me just go ahead and glue the tubes back in place. You're going to be a problem, so I have a solution. So my problem is that the fins are visible on the inside, and I don't like that. So what I'm going to do is instead just use resin. Let me sand it flat first. That way it actually sticks. Actually, no, I'm not going to use resin. I'm going to use super glue because this is an actually important bit. And then just kind of tuck that into there, I guess. Nope. Where do I want that to connect? Guess there. It's already starting to adhere, so I guess right there. Put a very small amount of glue, so have to be careful with it. Let me go ahead and scuff up the knee a little. That's all I really care about doing. Clip that into place. And then the other part is going to get glue, but I'm not going to bother with the trimming the sides of it, I don't think. Nah, because that's just going to stick like that. There we go. That'll bond to whatever the hell it wants in there. I don't even know what's in there. And there is our damaged ZAKU leg. It looks really fucking good, actually, with that right there. I fuck with that heavy. Plus, it retains all of its articulation, which is amazing. Just gotta plug that in. First, I'm gonna go ahead and remove the arms so it's easier. Then I am gonna have to remove the legs for the paint job, but I do want it to. I do just want to see what it looks like. That leg on. Holy shit! Look at that. Oh, and the paint has dried to a lovely faint glow. Oh, that is amazing. Get that. And then that leg's gonna come down here, and then let's just go and do a little mock-up with that leg here. Now that's a zombie, god damn! Yeah, I just need to fuck up this leg a little. Come here, buddy. Give me that. There you are. And then see. Look at that. That is madhouse. Oh, I love that so much. Then the other leg just needs to get fucked up, and then I'll do the painting tomorrow. Because tonight let me double check when that Walmart pharmacy closes. What are your hours? Your hours close at 1900. Okay. It is 1800, so as long as I get there within an hour, I'll be fine. Should be able to get there within an hour. Just gotta fucking speed run the withering on this. Which I should be able to do relatively easily. No, this looks. Bend that part of the leg as well. And I'm just kind of going at it wherever I damn well please, honestly, and all. Do the panel lines in the painting tomorrow. Well, this is either going to be on the back, covered up by the skirt, or covered up by mud and blood. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to say that's that. Clean my hands off a little. clean the mech off a little. A little being the key word there, because you know it's a fucking zombie. And go ahead and plug in that leg. Bring it, but nope, that leg was fine as it was. Thank you. Then I guess it does need to bend a little. And that one like that, I guess. And there she is! Holy shit. Holy shit. Now, with even more paint, it'll look even cooler, but like, even just the blister as it is. Look back here. You need a drape there. Look at that. That is insane. And this isn't even done yet, technically. Like, I still need to do the paint, but damn. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and cut stream here. It is 1800. I need to get to the pharmacy within the hour. And I've been streaming for 9 hours. So I would like to thank you all for tuning in. I will see you guys next episode. Probably tomorrow, whenever I finish working on this. Heavy warnings for mechanical gore tomorrow, because I'm going to be having to do the splattered pilot, the various like severed fuel lines, etc., etc. Probably adding a bunch more wires and things, because that looks sick. But yeah, no, I will see y'all tomorrow. Oh wow, where's the button?